Once upon a time, long, long ago in, hell, well, you know the rest, the absolute evil had, in the fabulous predecessor to this game, taken over the entire overworld with its creatures. Now it spent its time on debauched parties and... Wait a minute. The entire overworld? No! One small village of indomitable heroes still held out against the invaders. The unamused evil was beside itself with rage. But all this was about to change once and for all, because the remote controlling evil sent its most vicious general into the field, the dark elf Thalya. Thalya, also known from the fabulous predecessor, came back from her vacation in a thoroughly good mood. Before that, she had defeated her foster father, the paladin Tanos. This fact is important to note. For this last remaining village of heroes was protected by none other than Tristan, foster son of Tanos and Thalya's stepbrother. This proud warrior in shining, his handsome heroic chest accentuating armor, was the last glimmer of hope for the forces of good. Thalya, who had fully embraced the dark side, couldn't wait to really kick her stepbrother's ass. And so our story begins. The last defenders of good were fighting for their survival. This seemed to be the perfect time for Tristan to make his appearance, the last mighty hero of the good races.
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West!
And with those familiar-sounding words, Tristan charged into battle to the cheers of his men. The heroes of good had managed to capture some of the evil creatures. Nevertheless, it was more than questionable whether a few minor victories and a brilliant speech could do anything against the absolute evil's armies. A storm of darkness and gloom descended, heralding the arrival of Thalya, the absolute evil's general. This entrance not only panicked the defenders of good, but also seemed to strengthen the creatures of evil.
I'm back! Time to kick a little hero butt. Forward, creatures! Show me what you can do! Punch 'em smack dab in the mouth! Smash 'em in the face! Oh, and just as a precaution, get me my handbook of worn-out third-rate catchphrases. Ha-ha! If my eyes don't deceive me, that's my stupid stepbrother Tristan over there too, just waiting for me to lovingly put his head on a spear. Ha! Today is gonna be a good day.
Thalya seemed to be very sure of victory. Some might find this puzzling, as it was the beginning of a long new campaign. But okay, maybe the rest of the missions are nothing but a string of debauched victory celebrations, who knows?
A few pitiful opponents. I'm gonna massacre you. If I can just remember how that works again.
Fortunately, Thalya's instincts took over at this point, something which wannabe pro gamers often refer to as auto-attack. Thalya also remembered that she had a few skills that she could invoke whenever she felt like it.
Oh, right! Boom! That's how it's done. Hey, did someone actually cage my subordinates? Ah, forget that. I'm the only one who's allowed to do that. Time to bust these things open. Pulverize them. Nuke 'em!
Thalya had freed all the creatures. Not to be outdone by her stepbrother, she too gave a brilliant speech.
Speech? Sure. Creatures! Time to punch the do-gooders right in the kisser! Forward! Punch them in the face, kick them in the shins, break their belt buckles so they trip on their pants.
Yes. Very inspiring. Thalya's mighty storm once again stood at her disposal. Thalya had reached the center of battle. With another brilliant speech, she goaded her creatures on one more time.
Another speech? Oh. Ding dong, the hero's dead. That okay?
Honestly, I don't know if I can work with you like this. After Thalya's words, the creatures surged forward and flocked to their linguistically under-talented leader, or would like to, but the defenses on the left and right flanks made progress impossible. Thalya had to destroy them in order to receive further support. The hero's left defensive flank could no longer withstand the breaching evil's creatures.
And another one for the Grim Reaper. Or Grim Reaperess, I'm not picky.
The hero's defense collapsed on the right flank. The monstrous evil's creatures flocked to Thalya.
Excellent. I can always use more cannon fodder. I mean, loyal subordinates.
Thalya, stepsister! You dare to show your face here after killing our foster father!
Yeah. Is that a trick question? You can see I'm here. Tanos deserved what he got. And I thought to myself, hey, like father, like son.
You will pay for your deeds, sister. The light will protect me. Sister, turn from evil and come back to the side of good. See the power of light.
With these words, Tristan was bathed in a golden light that seemed to protect him. As if that were not troublesome enough, a number of magical portals opened at the same time.
As if this wasn't dragging on way too long already. Can't we just jump straight to the point where I greedily take over the world? Forward, creatures! Smash the portals! Flatten that magic junk! Pull the plug!
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West!
Oh, didn't you spout that same bullshit earlier? In exactly the same words.
No, not at all. I am known for my brilliant speeches, wicked stepsister.
I seem to remember that whenever you were supposed to speak in front of the class, we had to get a mop.
You'll pay for that. Onward, faithful! Destroy the evil!
Your army has just decreased in size due to death. All the magical portals have been destroyed, and with them, Tristan's shield went up in smoke.
That's the way I like it. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. I was just about to kick my stepbrother's butt.
Sister, it doesn't have to end this way. Join me. Together we can still save the world.
Oh, can't you just die and spare us all the embarrassing melodrama?
Thalya, this isn't the end. We'll meet again.
With these words, Tristan quickly created a portal and threw himself through it with the last of his strength. The portal closed again behind him.
Treachery! Fraud! Cheater! This was supposed to be my victory! And what the hell kind of glove is that anyway? Looks to me like game design forgot to balance the thing properly.
Maybe the people in charge were still too captivated by your great speech. It brought tears to my eyes too, however, not of emotion.
As if the bird brains these evil creatures have needed grand speeches. A few skulls to bash in, and the social calendar for the evening is filled.
Well, each to their own. But apparently, Tristan had suffered a mishap, as the aforementioned magic glove still lay in the place where it was last used. It would seem that he had accidentally lost it.
Wonderful. This thing is just what I need. Très chic. I'll just grab that right away.
And so our story begins. Tristan had managed to give Thalya the slip, but she had been able to capture his magic glove. The Gauntlet of Finitude, a fabled artifact. Unfortunately, UI overlays don't work in cutscenes, so Thalya couldn't read just exactly what the glove did. Nevertheless, she proudly presented it to the Absolute Evil in its form as the Dungeon Lord. And so misfortune took its course, because at the same time, Thalya wanted to demonstrate how loudly she could snap her fingers. But this snap, which would go down in the history books as the Dungeon Lord snap, unleashed horrific forces that were discharged into the Dungeon Lord himself. As Thalya rose to her feet, the gauntlet had disappeared, and the Dungeon Lord lay dying. Viewers often began to cry at this point, because it made them think back to the last really good superhero movie. Thalya mourned for about 5 seconds. Thalya had shattered the realms of good and served them onto the absolute evil on a silver platter, while it had actually done nothing at all. So Thalya now became the absolute ruler. She had no clue about how to rule, but more than made up for it with hubris and consistently ignoring glaring problems. In addition, she surrounded herself with a staff of incompetent advisors. What could possibly go wrong? 10 minutes later, Tristan had captured Thalya, locked her in a cage, and put the armies of absolute evil to flight. And so the story ends. We'll tell you how the story continues in overpriced microtransaction bites. Oh, wait, wrong script. That's a different developer. Hang in there, I've almost got it. While Thalya was ignominiously taken away, the unused essence of absolute evil continued to float through the ether. It wasn't about to admit defeat that easily, but for evil to triumph once again, it needed Thalya back, for better or for worse. And so the swirling essence of absolute evil set about commanding the perplexed-looking chaotic hordes and freeing Thalya.
Tristan! Let me out of this damned cage, you stupid little good elf. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time wringing your scrawny neck. What the hell do you want from me anyway?
Thalya, stepsister, your deplorable deeds must not go unpunished. You have slain our foster father, Tanos, a blasphemous affront to our goddess, whom you, to top it all off, have also slain. But we will have plenty of time to argue on our journey. I am here for the stone. Brynhild, if you please.
You know you can, you little cutie. Oi! Go on, you lazy lot. Get that destroyer of worlds class hammer going.
Thalya had been captured. Only the bubbling around the place essence of absolute evil could save her. It was amusing to leave Thalya in the clutches of her brother. But on the other hand, without her help, the shapeless evil would probably just roam the countryside as a disembodied something or other and at best be hired for third-rate horror movies. Fortunately, a forgotten dungeon heart lying in the underground could quickly be reactivated. Together with the creatures of the Horde, it would be easy to smash the do-gooder heroes there to smithereens. The wafting evil had to get rid of that dwarven contraption on the overworld, as it posed a threat to the underground, and with it, the dungeon heart. It was therefore necessary to build a mighty dungeon, or rather, to have one built, because as a wafting essence, the disembodied evil could not do much itself. The gold-hungry evil had built a treasury. The meager amount that could be stored in the throne room was simply not even close to enough for a proper gold bath. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. The gluttony-loving evil had built a gobbler farm. Here, delicious gobblers were raised to serve as food for the Horde. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Allowing evil had built a tinkerer's cave. Here, little snots could use the work units to make toolboxes, which were needed for the more extravagant dungeon accoutrements. The sheltering evil had built a hideout for the Horde's creatures. These could henceforth build themselves a place to rest there. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The army-raising evil had recruited its first creature, a bit underwhelming considering that it was sitting on the throne of the gods a short time ago. But fresh starts are never easy. The evilest evil could use the Hand of Terror, not only to intervene, but also to lend its little snots the impetus they needed by giving them a spirited slap. The attitude-adjusting evil, the detestable evil, had earned some delicious evilness. Excellent things could be done with it, such as researching new stuff. However, first, a place had to be found where the evilness could be stored. The absolute evil quickly built a vault of evilness. The glamorous evil had built a vault of evilness. This allowed it to henceforth store evilness and use it.
Oi! No need to sit around being lazy when we could be picking up a little gold while we're here, eh? On you go, lads! Grab the nearest gold vein.
Sooner or later, the greedy dwarves would dig their way into the dungeon. The perfidious evil used a workshop to prepare traps to stop the gold-stealing dwarves in their tracks.
Oi! Something dug into my little gold mine! Yeah! And it had to be stinking orcs, whose skulls are at best used as toilet paper holders in the lavatory. Okay, boys! Tear this joint to the ground!
Dwarves had opened a passage into the dungeon. The little snots immediately executed Order 67, as they had been instructed to do by Thalya in such a case, which meant that they ran through the dungeon with their arms flapping wildly. At the same time, they opened the secret trap cache so that the tricky evil could give the dwarves a very warm welcome.
Oi! Did you little honey buns forget your little baby bottles? Or how did you manage to lose to a bunch of lousy orcs? But fine, we still have some reinforcements here. Reinforcements? Attack!
Obviously, the danger from the dwarves had not yet been neutralized. Luckily, the little snots had made a few traps in their spare time, and they were only too happy to make available to the all-consuming evil. The saw trap was perfectly suited for cutting tree trunks, but since they wouldn't become a resource until Dungeons 5, it would have to settle for dwarves for now. Ding dong! It's payday! A dwarven base in the underground is undergoing further expansion.
I see running around the dungeon. Lads, what's up with that? Why are they still alive? Get a move on. I could use a few new skull tankards.
The dwarves were defeated for the time being. Satisfied, the essence of the absolute evil rubbed something that could perhaps pass for two hands together. The all-destroying evil had conquered the exit. This left the way to the surface open for its troops. The absolute evil's creatures blinked a little as they stepped into the glaring light of the sun. Finally, they could lay waste not only to the boring corridors of the dungeon, but also to the lush green meadows of the overworld. The horrific evil had destroyed a camp in the overworld. The defeated heroes ran away crying and tried to entrench themselves behind even higher walls. The cunning evil had placed the first traps. This would make it much harder for the greedy dwarves to steal the gold from the treasury or even destroy the dungeon heart itself. The vile evil had destroyed another of the heroes' camps. Screaming at the top of their voices, the survivors took to their heels.
I have to protect the blueprints, Snookums. Otherwise, the orcs will eventually end up building some decent machinery here. Well then, keep your chin up, Toodles.
Brynhild, what are you doing? I thought your dwarves could easily handle a few orcs.
Problems, brother mine? Oh, what a shame. I had actually already planned on making myself a tea set out of dwarf skulls.
Thalya, your evilness truly knows no bounds. These dwarves are part of the Alliance of Good. You were also once part of that alliance.
The path to the dwarves' oversized hammer lay open. The trembling heroes prepared themselves for the final battle. You have destroyed a cage. the dwarven equipment spectacularly went up in flames, which was rather odd, as the creatures had only been hitting the thing with their weapons. But fine, perhaps horde weapons were made of flint. Yet the distraction provided by the dwarven intervention had shifted the destruction-loving evil's focus long enough for Thalya and her stepbrother Tristan to disappear into the distance. With an imaginary sigh, the staggering evil took one last look around before setting off in pursuit. The path led to the Hellwoods, an eerie place claimed by the demonic creatures of the underworld. In the underground beneath the Hellwoods, Thalya's stepbrother Tristan was tampering with the remains of a dungeon long thought forgotten. But the demonic evil's henchmen were hard on his heels and were also slogging their way through the underground. Tristan had no choice but to retreat.
My brothers! In your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the...
Tristan, you good-for-nothing imbecile! Can't you just shut up for once? Or finally come up with a different speech? That's so... Hey! Are those my armies of evil? Here! Get me out of here so I can personally kick my stepbrother's butt! Go ahead! Finish them off! Give it to them! Push away past the expiry date cake, right in their faces!
Never! The power of magic flows through me! A magic barrier will keep those creatures at bay!
It seemed that Tristan did actually have some small knowledge of magic. His barrier was impenetrable to conventional attacks. Where magic was concerned, however, things looked just a little different. The spellbook perusing evil quickly set about tackling this problem underground. Before the mana-craving evil could resort to magic, it would first have to take care of the demons. It made perfect sense to have a vortex built to house demonic creatures. Some parts of the underground were saturated with mana. Once dug up, this could be used to cast spells. The mana-addicted evil wanted to try this out as soon as possible. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
Stand fast, men! There may come a day when courage fails us, but it is not this day. On this day we fight! By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I call you to stand firm! Brothers of the kingdom! Let us lay waste to the dungeon! Attack!
Ah, you stole that speech. I've heard something very similar to that before.
That's beside the point. Those words inspired my men. The pen is mightier than the sword.
But weaker than a horde battle axe. It's just too bad that I can't be there to watch the show because I'm stuck in your stupid cage.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The room building evil had a vortex built. There, hired demons found shelter and a place to wait until they could be resurrected at the cost of evilness after an unforeseen demise. Doors in the dungeon not only reduced drafts, but could also stop heroes and other enemies in their tracks for a short time. They also increased the efficiency of rooms. It therefore made sense to have a door to close off a production room. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. the never-went-to-hogwash evil's little snot had built an arcanium. Should one of these droll little workers manage to find the time, mana would from now on be produced here. Payday! There are enemies in your dungeon. A first door now adorned the dungeon. The grandiose evil not only used it to increase the efficiency of rooms or to stop enemies for a short time, but it could also lock doors to seal off areas for its subordinates. The gallant evil had now gained access to a number of spells. Create resources, for example, allowed toolboxes or gobblers to quickly be created as if out of thin air. In keeping with his childlike disposition, the amused evil immediately tried this out.
Tristan, favourite, because only stepbrother. See my troops marching over there? I think they're gonna make short work of you.
Don't get your hopes up too soon, stepsister. My barrier and my men will stop them. We got what we wanted here, and we'll soon be on the road again.
Creatures, get me the hell out of here already! Come on, get a move on! Save me, free me, sign petitions demanding my release!
The childish evil's eyes glowed with joy as it successfully used the Create Resources spell. This would allow stocks to be filled even without decent production. The spoiled evil had discovered a few stray demons who were all too willing to join his dark army. Of all things, these were stuck in a rather awkward position. The perplexed evil pondered how to go about it. The ingenious evil had managed to return the scattered demons safely back to the dungeon by means of a spell. A little snot set about generating mana in the Arcanium to make it available to the spell-wielding evil. An arcane tear had appeared very close to the absurd evil's armies. These magical anomalies were not uncommon in the area and promised great power to those who knew how to use them. The creatures knew but one way to deal with these. The corrupting evil had captured an arcane tear. New power flowed through it, giving it the ability to now cast the Meteor Rain spell. As luck would have it, there was a group of heroes nearby who made worthy targets. arcane tear's power could now be used by the spell-casting evil. Ding dong! It's faded!
Thalya, I still can't believe you really did all that. Weren't we like family to you?
I was constantly insulted and humiliated. Does that sound like a family to you?
Yes?
The merciless evil's army had reached the magical barrier. A spell would sweep it away. While the Cruciatus intoning evil was making its way through the protective barrier, Thalya and Tristan continued upon their way.
Tristan, beloved brother, would you be so kind as to open this cage door for me? There is no need for us to argue.
Step-brother, and I simply cannot forgive you for slaying our foster father. Not to mention half of the good people of the country.
Only half? Ha! I mean, all that just kind of happened. I don't know how exactly it could all go so wrong either.
You put Tanos' head on a spear!
He bloody well deserved it! Time and again, I had to suffer insults from him and his henchmen simply because of my origins, as if all dark elves were evil.
You killed hundreds of heroes, slew Father's companions, and put Father's head on a spear!
They made me do it. It's society's fault.
Magic-using evil had conquered an arcane tear. Armed with that captured power, it could now use the Mana Shield spell.
Tristan, I finally understand. I behaved poorly. If you let me out now, I vow to do better.
Really?
Of course not, you imbecile. I'd give you a wedgie worse than I ever gave you in our entire childhood. One you'd still be telling your grandchildren about, provided you can still have children and grandchildren at all afterwards.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Thalya, I wish you would change your ways. Remember back when we were children and would play together by the creek?
And you threw me in?
You dropped a beast on my head first!
Oh, that's right. I remember the way your head swelled up like a melon.
Had entered the dungeon, while the arsonist evil was marching its army around the overworld. Thanks to the demonic portal spell, creatures could instantly be sent back to the dungeon from the overworld. Had seized an arcane tear. The newfound magic allowed it to now use a spell to summon the Prince of Hell. And again, the power of the arcane tears stood available. The arcane tear's power permeated the land. Spells were now even more powerful. A gold vein is almost exhausted. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The power of the arcane tears was once again available. arcane tear's power strengthened the magical evil spells. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. And again, the power of the arcane tears stood available. The fanatic evil's armies reached another magical barrier.
Ha! There's my army. Time for you to die, stepbrother. Go, my creatures! Grab them, run them down, rub hot chili sauce in their eyes, and get me out of this damn cage!
My brothers! In your eyes, I see...
You're not going to repeat that same old crap again, are you? Are you?
Men! Stop them! Thalya, we have to move on.
Ice in its drink-loving Evil's armies had defeated Tristan's pathetic defenders. Evil's creatures were filled with jubilation, but the disembodied essence of Evil was not yet in the mood to celebrate, for Tristan himself had escaped and still had Thalya with him. The lingering without physical form Evil pretended to sigh and once again took up pursuit.
These sequences with me in a cage are being stretched out far too long here. Can't we talk this out somehow? Maybe rock, scissors, paper, like in the old days?
You know I always go for the good old rock. But speaking of stones, I will soon have all the stones of Finitude together. And then...
Nobody gives a damn about your stupid marbles, you dumbass.
While Thalya was engrossed in an animated discussion with her stepbrother, the brain-eating Evil was already attempting a, more or less, fruitless attempt to free her. Since undead simply resurrected somewhat later in the graveyard after their demise, an unsuccessful onslaught was no great tragedy. Admittedly, the creature-wasting Evil probably never took the loss of subordinates too tragically in the first place. But back to the subject at hand. Fortunately, there were ancient burial chambers in the vicinity, which were home to powerful undead, and could provide a significant supply of reinforcements. The map-studying Evil eagerly took notes.
Ha! See that, Tristan? My armies will free me. Go on, you undead! Knock them down! Eat their brains! I don't know, just do something.
A temple with a sacrificial pit would need to be built before the merciless evil's undead creatures could summon more minions. Quickly, the construction-obsessed evil set about doing just that. Ding dong, it's payday.
It seems your creatures don't even dare to leave the underground, Thalya. But they are not safe there either. Forward, men! Destroy the dungeon in the underground!
evil had erected a temple. From now on, Blight could be stored there, which would greatly enhance the Ode to Grave-Wearing Evil's undead armies. Enemies are in the dungeon. It's payday. The colourful clothes-wearing evil had discovered a dungeon gate in the underground. Apparently, this was one of the 3 lost burial chambers. All that was needed to benefit from it was to open the burial chamber. presumably with a few firm blows. Gruesome evil welcomed a Bone Lord into its ranks. Not only could this mighty swordsman both dish it out and take it, but could also summon skeletal mages as minions. This was apparently the final resting place of the legendary mercenary army, the Scallywag Ragtags. The pragmatic evil was bound to have an idea as to what it could do with the undead found there. The zombie-like evil had unleashed powerful undead forces. The use of these powers meant each of its undead creatures could both move faster and summon an additional minion to its side. Each additional burial chamber would provide one additional minion. Strengthened by the captured blight, one of the undead creatures was able to summon a minion to its side. The extravagant evil was satisfied to note that its undead were able to use blight and minions to maximize the number of creatures that could be used carelessly. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The sacrificial evil had a temple built complete with a sacrificial pit. The greedy-looking black maw with its dark void seemed to be eagerly awaiting offerings. Presumably, the evil spirits would reward each sacrifice with some soothing blight. The experimental evil set about testing this theorem. It seemed as if the sacrificial pit would belch satedly, were it not simply an inanimate object. The sacrificial evil had sacrificed enough things for the time being. It was time to go on the offensive.
It's payday.
I see my subjects, brave creatures, already appearing on the horizon. Once they get their hands on you, that summer camp will seem like a lovely vacation compared to that.
Ha! My men will stop that foe. My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me...
What? That same old crap again? Good grief! Can't you just steal something else? Maybe you should follow Ned Stark's example a little more. That would be a blessing for everyone involved.
The poking around evil had discovered another burial chamber. This tomb was dedicated to the archers of the Scallywag Ragtags. Legend has it that they could miss a barn door even at 10 meters. Their corpses would certainly be put to good use by the self-sacrificing evil. A waning hero disappeared into the sacrificial pit. Seductive blight spread a comforting undead chill through the temple. The achievement Accumulating Evil had now discovered the third burial chamber as well. The remains found here were those of the alchemists of the Scallywag Ragtags, who considered arsenic to be a refreshing mouth gel. These corpses would prove perfect vessels for mindless zombies.
My armies are getting closer, little brother. Want to go ahead and pick out a nice tombstone? Not that you'll need it when I put your head on the spear.
We do not need to further elaborate on your misdeeds, sister. My armies are not yet defeated, and the hero's courage is unbroken.
The courage may be unbroken, but the spine.
It's payday.
Ha! The vile stench of the undead is still coming ever closer. Forward, faithful! Destroy that vermin!
Problems, brother mine? Is that the sweat of fear I can see on your brow? This reminds me of when you were going to ask Chelsea Chubby Cheeks to prom.
That's not the point here.
And she dumped you because she wanted to take her dog for a walk instead.
one of the undead creatures that had fallen in battle had gone to rest in the graveyard, only to rise again after some time had passed. The merciless evil was then able to send it back into battle.
Day.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
last! Come on, let's beat them, fry them up, smear them on our toast.
The sovereign evil had freed Thalya from the clutches of her stepbrother. Pity, really. I found it quite pleasant not to have someone constantly interrupting me.
I will ignore your insolence for now, but only because I have to deal with that damn Tristan. The step in stepbrother is going to be an architectural statement when I'm done with him.
Lost in her rant, Thalya had missed the fact that her stepbrother Tristan had meanwhile made a run for it.
What? The cowardly, dishonest, disgusting!
Thalya had been rescued from the clutches of her stepbrother Tristan by the absolute evil. This seemed a bit surprising as, after all, Thalya had accidentally caused its demise only one cutscene earlier. But the disembodied essence of the irritated evil was restless due to its lack of physical form. It needed help finding a new body. In such cases, less competent personnel were also called upon. Thalya was extremely grateful to have been freed from the cage after 3 long missions. Finding a new body for the absolute evil seemed a small price to pay. High up on the 4th highest peak in the world, Mount Snotmore, resided the venerable Council of Little Snots. These wise beings were the ones who would know what would constitute a new, adequate vessel for the absolute evil. All Thalya had to do was reach the peak. A trifle, really, but unfortunately, her stupid stepbrother and his oversized army stood between her and her goal. Otherwise, however, it would have been so easy that even a group of gluttonous hobbits could have managed it.
Free at last! This travelling in a cage through the overworld really made me miss that musty, stuffy dungeon air. What exciting scent is that rising to my nose? Is it... Okay, which one of you little snots did that?
While Thalya was more or less enjoying her new freedom, her stepbrother Tristan was roaming the overworld with his entourage.
The next stone was bound to be around here somewhere, but I'm having a hard time finding my way around this foul place. Men, we will set up camp here and drive the darkness from this place.
Tristan, again? Ugh, I've really seen about enough of these relatives lately. It feels like Thanksgiving and Christmas happening back to back. And then he even dares to rid the area here of its stylish greys. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for everything.
But before Thalya could arrange a reunion with her stepbrother, it was urgently necessary for her to raise a powerful army. However, the underground was infested with spiders who called it their home. In addition, some particularly hard layers of stone stretched through the underground. In order to dig through these layers of stone, the research-addicted evil first had to research better tools for its little snots. But this required a fair amount of evilness. One could gain a particularly great amount of evilness by defeating a good being. Like this unicorn, for example, which, by chance, of course, and completely in tune with the context of the world, currently resided here.
Kill the unicorn for an extra portion of evilness. Sounds like a great way to start the day.
The discovering evil had discovered a harder layer of rock. Its little snot's tools were not tough enough for that, and it would take them far too long to dig through the rock with their teeth. Research would enable the new technology unlocking evil to improve its little snot's tools to the point that this rock would no longer be an obstacle.
In my last war, I had the little snots dig through anything and everything. There you are, locked up for a few days, and bam! Technology starts to backslide. Dreadful.
Ding dong, it's payday.
Good being! Go, creatures! Throw yourselves into the fray! Break his legs! Pluck out his nose hair! Now what's going on? Why is the earth starting to shake? Volcanic eruption? Teen band concert or what?
Whatever it was, the tremors had shaken some things up in the underground. Numerous spiders woke up from their sleep and became active and hungry.
Great! Spiders again! Nobody here ever thinks about the people with arachnophobia. Well then, forward! Prepare the dungeon, defend the traps, and oil the creatures. Or the other way around.
The defending evil would be well advised to have its horde creatures level up faster in an arena, and to assign creatures to the guard room to keep an eye out for enemies.
I sure showed him. Wonderful evilness.
The violent evil had had its armies destroy the good being. The evilness it had captured allowed it to now effortlessly research improved tools for its little snots. With the help of the new tools, the letting others toil evil's little snots were now able to punch their way through harder rock.
Excellent! On you go, you lazy little snots. Get to work! You're not...
The heroes set out with a construction crew. The fast-digging evil should intercept them before they could set up another hero camp.
Is that one of the heroes' construction crews I see setting out? Move out, creatures! Flatten them!
Payday!
So much for your construction crew, brother dear. I guess that's when the real estate bubble burst, huh?
Thalya, do you even know what the real estate bubble is and what it means?
You don't want to spoil my moment of triumph with a lot of useless knowledge, do you?
No, it's all right. What you know is a drop. What you don't know is an ocean. the spider-hating evil's creatures had destroyed a spider's nest.
Serves those vermin right. Anyone who suddenly turns their
The butchering evil had destroyed the critters that had invaded the dungeon. Was that supposed to be it? Spoiler. No, that was not it.
Let them come. I will destroy them! Oh, that is, my army will destroy them, and I'll toss a few spells into the fray from behind.
Bravo, my faithful! This camp will serve us well in the fight against the Dark Hordes.
The heroes had managed to set up a camp. Henceforth, even more heroes would protect the overworld.
That thing won't be there for long. Onward, creatures! On to the overworld! Crowbars at the ready, and make that building an historical monument. Then, when we tear it down, it'll be even more evil. Evil is unstoppable!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Sickening green slime oozed out of the spider's nest as it was destroyed. Payday! One of the heroes' construction crews set out to build a new camp. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The arachnophobic evil had attacked a spider's nest on its way to the dungeon gate. Its creatures prepared to defend themselves.
By defend, I assume you mean attack, right? Go ahead, grab 'em, smash 'em, use their legs for toothpicks.
Satisfying crack, one of the spider's nests shattered. You've dug into a spider room. The digging evil had discovered another dungeon gate to the overworld. Payday. A new hero camp has been built.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A spider's nest disintegrated into dust under the bridge.
Onwards, men! Build a new camp! My brothers, in your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the true hero's fury is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West, and defend our camp!
How many times do we have to listen to this crap? You could at least have used a different line. idiot.
Tristan's men didn't seem to mind the simple repetition. Granted, heroes were never afraid of a grind and would join a raid for the 100th time just for the chance to win a colourful hat. The heroes poured out to build new defences. One of the heroes' construction crews was destroyed by the Absolute Evil's armies. The demolishing evil's creatures had destroyed one of the heroes' camps.
Oops. Did my little creature break one of your little camps, brother dear? I'm so sorry about that. I hope you didn't feel the need to cry again, like you did that time with Lammy Lamb, your cuddly little sheep.
You leave Lammy Lamb out of this! My brave soldiers will rebuild this camp in no time, just the way Grandma used to do with her needle and thread. Whatever! You are truly vile, Thalya!
Thanks for the compliment. Forward, creatures! Don't tire now! Keep going! Look for camps! Find them and wipe them off the map! Oh, no, I don't mean that literally, you knucklehead!
A creature has become livid with rage.
Enemies are in the dungeon. One of the hero's construction crews set out to build a new camp. Another of the hero's camps had been...
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. I wish I could stay with you, but I must continue to pursue the quest. We shall meet again.
With these words, Tristan made good his escape.
What? That coward! Come back here, you miserable little runt, so I can get back at you for the days upon days of excruciating rides in a cage! Ah!
A creature has become livid with rage.
No! I'll be back.
One of the hero's construction crews has been obliterated.
I'm back! Can you believe that others need 3 days for something like this? Amateurs.
destroying evil had wiped another hero's shelter. Thalya and the cunning evil had done it. The heroes' camps lay in ruins.
You got that right, Tristan! Come out, wherever you are! It's like that time I turned 8, except this time you're the piñata. Tristan? Where are you?
In her destructive frenzy, Thalya had forgotten about Tristan's somewhat precipitous departure.
Right, that freaking coward! Oh, I was so busy beating the crap out of heroes that I totally missed it. Whatever. I have to look at this ominous council of little snots anyway. I guess my revenge will have to wait. Postponed, but not abandoned.
Thalya had left a trail of devastation on her way to the Council of Little Snots. Now, only the city of Heroes Gorge stood between her and her path to the peak.
Excellent. So they call it Heroes Gorge. I think I'll rename it Heroes Grave when I'm done with it. Forward, creatures! Time to...
Then, out of nowhere, Tristan appeared, just as if he were following a bad script. A bad script would be ashamed of this crummy story.
Men! This place must be protected. Stand firm and light the beacons. Oh yes, and activate the magic tower.
Hey, that's not fair! Treachery, cheating!
Powered by the mana ray from the magic tower, Heroes Gorge was now protected by a magic shield, impenetrable to evil's creatures. The sharp-witted evil set to work on a plan. It had to take control of the tower. Maybe that would not only bring down the shield, but could also be used for something else.
Sounds like a brilliant plan. Forward, creatures! Oh, don't smash that thing. Capture it and get me the deeds to it.
The infernal evil already had some more experienced demonic creatures at its disposal. A chamber of relaxation would have to be built to prevent them from becoming unhappy.
Chamber of relaxation? Lazy sods. The things you do for your subordinates.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. payday. Rumour had it that some dwarves had captured a few succubi because of gambling debts or something of the sort.
Gambling debts, schmambling debts. We'll get them out of there, hire them, and then let them do the dirty work for us. The Digging Evil's activities had not gone unnoticed. Heroes would soon set out to destroy the dungeon heart. Your enemies are in the dungeon. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
Your little snots have dug up a spider.
Thalya! I just made myself a delicious Valerian tea. Maybe you'd like to join me, and we can just talk everything over.
You know damn well that Valerian makes me break out in a rash, you nasty, hypocritical...
The chilled evil had built a chamber of relaxation for its demons. From then on, they could relax and enjoy a cozy manor bath. You've dug into a spider room.
One of your creatures has become livid with rage. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
The towerless evil still did not have the magic tower under its control. Mentally snapping its forehead, it set out to change this. Thalya and the ghastly evil had discovered some dwarves who had made themselves comfortable in the dungeon. Unfortunately, they were blocking the way to the magic tower.
Those pint-sized creeps really have to hang around everywhere in the underground. One of those basil trogs wanders into their kingdom one day and drives them off, and suddenly they're everywhere. And all because they wanted to dig up some mithril for their elf friends or something like that. Whatever. Hurt them, beat them, make little clay basil trogs and bash them with those.
You have lost a creature forever. discovered a number of lava lumps. Payday! Your little snots have dug up a spider. One of your creatures has bit the dust.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
are collecting their pay. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Your throne room is under attack. The burrowing evil have discovered a buried exit to the overworld. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
There goes another village up in flames, while my stepbrother hides under the table. Like that time at Vladimir's birthday.
You promised to never speak of that! Never! Thalya, your actions are not only damning, but embarrassing as well. You're acting like your 13-year-old self, or your 14-year-old, or your 17-year-old, or your 25-year-old, or...
You probably think you're hilarious while you're hiding under your little magic shield, don't you? That's all you paladins are good for. Hiding behind thick walls and magic shields, and making stupid speeches.
Or your 45-year-old, or... Thalya, you beast! Stop tormenting those poor villagers! Pick on someone your own size!
Says the guy hiding behind the giant magic shield.
A gold vein has been mined out. The horrific evil had destroyed one of the villages surrounding Hero's Gorge. Tristan did not seem pleased.
Thalya, you barbaric monster! Those honest villagers didn't do anything to you. I will soon capture you again and put you on trial.
Thanks, but one road trip in the cage with you was really more than enough. Brother dear.
day. Your enemies are in the dungeon. The conquering evil had taken the magic tower. With a few skillful tweaks, this was converted into a powerful weapon, capable of taking areas of the map under fire.
Just what I need. With this, we'll destroy Balderon. I mean, Hero's Gorge, of course. Go ahead, lock and load, and then we'll throw some eyes at them.
Men, I see the fear in your eyes. Evil has taken the tower. If we do not do something, the shield will eventually collapse. Fortunately, the time has not yet come to despair, for there is a solution. Mana shipments!
It seems that Tristan had not been dropped on his head as a baby, as some people claim to be the case with his stepsister.
Hey!
And so he ensured that, in the future, mana would be shipped overland to the shield.
Onwards, comrades! Clear the way for the first shipment!
What? What a jerk! Forward, creatures! Stop 'em! Tear 'em apart! Smash 'em! Cut 'em apart with paper, so it really hurts.
It's payday.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The nefarious evil had stopped a mana shipment. Instead of strengthening the shield, it would now be stored in the dungeon instead.
Ah, that's the way I like it. That's exactly how it's supposed to go.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Tristan saw a danger emerging as mana became scarce in Heroes Gorge. From now on, 2 shipments set out. Two mana shipments set out to refill the shield at Heroes Gorge. One of the mana shipments met its inglorious end at the hands of absolute evil. Tristan had now fully perceived the threat Thalya and the transport intercepting evil's army posed. From now on, 3 shipments would set out.
Thalya, you beast! Stop tormenting those poor villagers! Pick on someone your own size!
Says the guy hiding behind the giant magic shield. These mana shipments are easier to destroy than butter. Well, okay, destroying a pound of butter just like that is pretty difficult too, because you get sick pretty quickly and, oh, whatever, just break more stuff.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Defend the dungeon heart.
3 mana shipments hurriedly made their way to Hero's Gorge. Ding dong! It's payday! A gold vein has been mined out.
Defend the dungeon heart. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
One of your creatures has died. A mana shipment was destroyed. One of the mana shipments met its inglorious end at the hands of absolute evil. The destructive evil's creatures destroyed a mana shipment.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
The mana shield had been destroyed. Hero's Gorge now lay defenseless before the devastating evil's army.
Finally! Come on, creatures, finish them off! Knock them out! Throw wax crayons at them!
Your army has just decreased in size due to death. A gold vein has been mined out. creatures are collecting their pay. Enemies are in the dungeon. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The horrific evil had destroyed one of the villages surrounding Hero's Gorge. Tristan did not seem pleased.
Thalya, you barbaric monster! Those honest villagers didn't do anything to you. I will soon capture you again and put you on trial.
Thanks, but one road trip in the cage with you was really more than enough. Brother dear.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Your army has just decreased in size due to death.
Oh, yes, we sure showed that. That was a nice little warm-up. Oh, by the way, did we manage to kill Tristan too? Is he lying around here somewhere?
Thalya test-speared several of the dead heroes, but there was no sign of Tristan. Apparently, Thalya had failed to notice that the latter had already absconded some time ago.
That kind of spoils the joy of victory for me, I've got to admit.
Of course, this is only the 6th mission. It would probably be a bit too much to ask if the whole thing with Tristan was over now.
I could definitely drag out his demise, let me tell you. Believe me, I can be very creative. But enough of that. It's time to finally get to that council of little snots, get a new vessel, and then finally finish off those heroes.
Oi, you lazy gits! taking so long? Come on, get off your lazy asses and bring that dynamite over here so we can get that darn artifact thing out of the ground!
But the storm, milady queen! How are we supposed to work in this storm?
Call me lady. You can go find the doctor to certainly remove my boot from your arse! That little breeze ain't no storm, you candy asses! Besides, we're looking for that artifact so that it can protect you precious little cupcakes from the wind! Now, get a move on, bring that dynamite over here, and let's get the fireworks started!
While the dwarf queen was digging in the mountains, Thalya had completed a portion of the climb to the summit.
What, pray tell, do you mean portion of the climb? I just did my cardio training for the next 3 years. Is it just me, or do I end up climbing some peak in every damn part of this series?
Important things seemed to have a penchant for hiding in remote places, and the Council of Little Snots was no exception. Thalya had to reach the mountain peak. The Council of Little Snots could be found there. She would have to gain access to it via the Twisted Cave system. For this reason, and of course because of the many heroes who kept appearing, it was imperative for her to build a dungeon here.
Okay, good idea. Then I can take a short breather. Okay, creatures, you're up. Dig tunnels, find dwarves, and pull out their beards. I was just reading my Horde Exploitation for Experts handbook and came across something about a voodoo brew.
The Voodoo Brew was a shamanistic site for the Horde. Little Snots could make potions there that could be used much like spells.
Ah, and I only hear about this now? Damn, I could have used that thing 5 missions ago. It probably could have been used to corrode my way out of that damn cage. Come on, you little snots. Build a voodoo brew, slap some stuff together, and sell it as an energy drink.
Oi, lads! Looks like some trash has spread through my mountains. Time to clean house. Throw that garbage back into the valley.
Ugh, those repulsive goody two-shoes, goody dwarves. Ah, whatever. They have no chance against me and my creatures. Get them! Wipe them out! Wash their faces with soap! Paint fake moustaches on them.
payday. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Enemies are in the dungeon. A new raging storm roared over the mountains. Whether heroes or creatures, they were all massively hindered by the strong winds. Perhaps this artifact the Dwarf Queen had spoken of really did exist.
Pretty damn coincidental that this artifact should be located somewhere around here, right where we need it.
Indeed, but the writers of this series have never been known for their excessive creativity.
True enough. Good for us at any rate. If that thing is anywhere here to be found, I won't let a single little snot rest until it is dug up. I will, however, allow myself a little break in the meantime.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. The storm passed and lost strength. Now was a good time to hit the overworld to earn some evilness there.
What now? But I just made myself a cocoa with unicorn marshmallows. I mean, absolutely true. That's what I thought. Forward, creatures! Out into the cold with you! Pillage, plunder, move trail markers! Ha 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 ha!
Mayday!
Your little snots have dug up a spider.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A storm was soon brewing. Without the protection of an artifact, the shivering evil's creatures were sure to find it uncomfortable out there. One of your creatures has died. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains.
payday.
The voodoo brew had been built. Little Snots could now brew wonderful potions at an alchemist's cauldron there. The storm had lost its strength. You have lost a creature forever. The first Horde potion bubbled happily away, waiting to be used by the potion-throwing evil. The healing evil had poured a healing potion on its creatures to wash away their bruises and boo-boos. Oh, isn't that nice? creatures are collecting their pay. You've dug into a spider room. Another storm was brewing. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. The storm abated and moved on. The onrushing evil had applied horde speed to its creatures so that they could run and attack the enemy even faster, or escape more quickly, whichever was needed.
it.
The artifactless evil still hadn't dug up said artifact. This was sad, as it would make the ascent to the Council of Little Snots significantly easier.
Some of us just have more important things to do. Not everyone can sit in a warm, cozy recording studio, sipping his tea and filling the time between 2 cigarette breaks with pointless drivel.
The slowly stalking evil seemed to have already come very close to the dwarven artifact. Very close indeed. But the desirous evil's little snots had found an artifact in the underground. Once placed in a vault of evilness, it would unleash its power.
Wonderful! Once again, I did an excellent job. Move it, you lazy creatures! Bring the artifact to the Vault of Evilness, so that this freezing storm can no longer harm us.
The severely self-restricting evil only had access to healing potions. Further research allowed it to spur the production of even more powerful potions in the Voodoo Brew. The complex evil now had access to complex potions. From now on, Little Snots could also make these at random in the Voodoo Brew. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. Thanks to the artifact, the broadly grinning evil's creatures were protected from the roaring gusts of wind, giving them an advantage in the fight against the heroes. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The storm had lost its strength.
Hey, Dave.
The Blast Happy Evil's creatures had discovered a wagon full of dynamite. This could be used to clear weak rock formations out of the way.
Ha-ha! Great! If Tristan was still here, I could tie him to the wagon, and then... never mind. Big explosions are fun just the way they are. Come on, let's blow something up.
Another storm was brewing.
It's payday.
A squad of heroes caught in the storm lost one of its members as they were driven mercilessly on through the tempest by their unsympathetic leader, who was obsessed with revenge.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
The boom-screaming evil had used the explosive potion, making for an effect-filled blast. This could not only harm enemies, but also set fire to easily flammable things, an explosive mix. The storm abated and moved on.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Hey, that's another rock formation I can blast away with dynamite, right?
Thalya and the demolition-loving evil had used the dynamite they had found to blast a few rocks out of the way. In accordance with good old computer game logic, some treasures tumbled out of the blasted rock.
Great. We really deserve this for all the hard work. There should be an achievement for this, I think. I said so. I love video games for their important contribution to culture. Come on, let's blow up some more rocks.
creatures are collecting their pay. The researching evil now had access to basic potions. From now on, little snots would occasionally produce them too. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. More rock was destroyed by exploding dynamite. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. Thalya and the exploratory evil had discovered a new entrance on the overworld. This would give them access to a previously inaccessible area of the underground.
Oh, good. We're finally approaching the top of this damn mountain. Go, creatures! Smoke out the last few dwarves. Flatten them. Steal their wall decorations.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
She's not gonna get up.
One of your creatures has bit the dust. The storm had lost its strength. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The excavating evil had found a new passage to the surface. Even though the dungeon was completely flat, this still led to a much higher position on the face of the mountain. In keeping with this, as if some invisible line sent by level designers had been crossed, the storm outside intensified. It seemed like the raging winds would last even longer from now on. One of your creatures has bit the dust. The fetid evil had used the poison potion, releasing toxic and highly flammable fog. Doesn't that sound like fun?
Boy, lads! Surely you're not going to let the vermin take away our good dynamite now, are ya? Come on, you maggots. Get outside and guard that stuff!
Another storm was brewing.
payday.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. A hero fell victim to the icy storm. The explosive evils creatures had discovered a weaker rock formation. A little dynamite could probably break it open. The storm abated and moved on. A gold vein has been mined out. More rock was blown up, exposing treasures underneath.
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
A gold vein has been mined out. More rock was destroyed by exploding dynamite. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. You have lost a creature forever. Your demonic portal is under attack.
Into the underground. Excellent! I bet it will take us all the way to the peak. All right, creatures, take that thing and wipe out all the guards.
payday.
The storm had lost its strength. Climbing evil's creatures had now almost reached the top of the mountain through another exit from the dungeon. The Council of Little Snots was almost within reach. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I personally introduced you to my pests. This one is lefty, and this one is righty, and they both smell like doom.
Oh, that's for sure. They haven't seen a bathtub in a while, have they? Never mind the rest of what they're attached to.
I like your sense of humor, little black pointy ear. I'll try to kill you last! Die!
One of your creatures has died. Another storm was brewing. One of your creatures has died. A gold vein has been mined out.
Inconvenient right now. We'll postpone our little brawl until later, you maggots.
Brynhild, Queen of the Dwarves.
Finally, I've reached the thrice-damned mountaintop. But next time, I'll have my creatures build a cable car instead of climbing something like this again.
Of course, you could always try to quit smoking and drinking and do more for your fitness. Just a suggestion. Personally, it helped me a lot. And now that I'm training for marathons, I'm...
Yeah. Thanks so much for your little prep talk. Could you please write your well-intentioned advice on a piece of paper so I can make a paper aeroplane out of it?
Ungrateful wretch. Be that as it may, Thalya had actually made it to the top. There, however, all that awaited her was an inconspicuous stone gate.
That's less than impressive. Could it glow or something? Is the battery dead? Maybe I should smack it with the flat of my hand.
Thalya was obviously intellectually out of her depth, trying to decipher this riddle. All she had to do was utter the secret formula. Fladdery-Dutch.
Fladdery-Dutch.
Fladdery-Dirk.
Fladdery-Duck?
Well, that didn't work.
That didn't... very funny, hilarious. They should give you your own TV show for your jokes, you comedian.
Yes, thank you. I am waiting for offers. My agent will get in touch. In the meantime, you might want to just press that little button on the side so we can finally get back to business.
Stupid button. Stupid narrator. Stupid council of little snots.
Thalya had finally reached the venerable Council of Little Snots, high upon Mount Snotmore. These wisest of the wise gathered together, and Thalya asked them the most pressing question weighing on her mind. Would she herself one day sit on a throne as a ruler? Would she hold the strings of power in a 5th installment of the Dungeon series? Would the overpaid narrator finally shut his mouth? Wait a minute. Talia's stupid questions simply bounced off the wise little snots. The most important question in the room, and for this story, was that of a new vessel for the absolute evil. The wise little snots deliberated. When they finally stepped in front of Thalya again, who still hung on to her naive dreams, mumbling, and unlike me has only been with us for 2 installments, the leader of the little snots held a bundle in its hands. Inside this bundle was a cute, cuddly, never-before-seen baby little snot. It's crazy the ideas they keep coming up with. The little snot named Gorge had to absorb the essence of absolute evil in order to serve as an adequate substitute. But apparently the little diaper butt was not yet strong enough to absorb all of the required essence. Thalya would first have to train and strengthen Gorge before he could fully absorb the power of the absolute evil. Thalya had returned safely from the Council of Little Snots. And she was not alone, but also had Gorge in tow, a being that would soon become the new absolute evil. In his honor, the Little Snots had already built him his own room.
A room with 3 entrances seems a lot like a death trap to me. If you don't do it yourself. But okay, enough of that. Babysitting this thing is really not my, well, thing. And anyway, it's cliché as hell that the main female character here is supposed to take care of a baby. What's next? Cooking someone dinner?
Well,
You're not serious, are you?
in order for Gorge to get stronger, he needed to be fed. But it was not overpriced food in jars he craved, but something with more substance. Heroes. Living heroes. As luck would have it, a few of the resident dwarves had just apprehended some thieves. Presumably, Gorge would find them just as tasty as normal heroes if the jailbreak planning evil were to get his hands on them.
Okay, I can kind of get on board with that after all. Okay, catch heroes and feed them to Gorge. Coming right up.
As if on cue, Tristan chose that very moment to appear on the scene.
Thalya, why are you here? Have you still not renounced evil? I have other matters to attend to. Men, seize them! Forward, men! Fight this abomination! The alliance of good shall not fail! Well, not again!
Heroes prepared to push towards the dungeon and would inevitably encounter Gorge. Apparently, Thalya had to ensure not only his empowerment, but also his safety.
Oh, this babysitting is already getting on my nerves, and I don't even get paid for it. But okay, at least the heroes come straight here to get their asses kicked. Go ahead, whack 'em on the beans, smash their gourds, put radishes in their eyes.
In order to catch living heroes for Gorgu, a prison would need to be built. Immediately, Thalya and the incarcerating evil set out to build such a room.
Prison? Sounds like a sensible thing to do. Bet it's fun to watch some sorrowful characters languishing away there. The planless evil scouts had discovered some undead that Tristan had captured. These necromancers and vampire queens would be a most welcome addition. Exactly! More cannon fodder for the front. I mean, strong support for our army. Go on, free them. Get them out of there. Send them draft notices.
A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Ding dong, it's payday. A vampire queen joined the undead evil. Her healing powers were captivating. Wonderful. The gallant evil had freed some vampire queens who willingly joined its army. Since they neither glittered nor had any interest in romantic comedies, they were most welcome in the truly evil's army. The vampire queen not only dealt damage to enemies in the area, but also distributed the life energy collected from enemies to undead creatures nearby.
Brothers, the time has come. Now it is up to us to bring the realms of good to blossom once again. There in the underground, my evil stepsister has allied herself with the deviant creatures of chaos. The absolute evil's last stand. Forward, men! Destroy this abomination once and for all!
Tristan seemed to know how to motivate his men. They rushed towards the dungeon with a battle-hardened fervor.
All right, creatures, we'll show my brother. Tear them to pieces, beat them to a pulp, and, don't hurt them too much, because we need them alive for Gorge.
You have unearthed a new area. The destruction of the hero camp suddenly opened up a dungeon gate very close by. The newly built prison gleamed and sparkled. Or normally would have, but the little snots had just cobbled it together out of old materials. Still, it would serve its purpose and keep living heroes captive. These could then be fed to Gorges using the Hand of Terror. The ingenious evil surely knew that it was only a Gorge was besieged by heroes who fought him. Thalya had to do something about it. Your enemies are in the dungeon. The resurrected evil's undead creatures had previously seen a video called Thriller, or something like that, and had been in dance fever ever since. Higher level undead demanded a necrodancian where they could indulge their latest obsession.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Thalya and the merciless evil had repelled the first wave of attack, but the baby-feeding evil had thrown Gorgu his first hero. The young little snot gleefully set about soaking up its soul energy.
Oh, the little one is so cute. Now a little pup, and then let us rain death and destruction upon the humans!
Thalya's certainty of victory seemed somewhat premature, for Gorgu's hunger was far from satisfied. It would take many more heroes before he would reach his full strength. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. A gold vein is almost exhausted. Payday! A hero had been told who seemed reasonably satisfied. Thalya and the lamb gravy-seeking evil had probably satisfied the little one over a fifth of his hunger. The first step had been taken.
That was ridiculously easy. Open wide, Gorgu. Here comes the next hero.
A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Once again, many heroes gathered to attack the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
The necromantic evil welcomed a necromancer into its ranks. These undead mages could rain powerful magic upon their enemies once it was researched. The zombie-like evil had freed all the captured undead, making his army even more powerful. This deserved a fanfare, but since the budget for sound effects has already been used up, I will have to do the honors instead. Doo-doo. Thalya had to act as Gorge was being attacked by heroes. Ding dong, it's payday. Thalya and the perfidious evil had easily repelled another attack by the heroes. A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorge. A hero had been tossed into Gorge's chambers. Gorgu's stomach was already almost half full. The budding celebrity chef evil seemed very pleased with itself. Surprising, seeing as all these heroes were served raw.
Hey, what about me? I'm very satisfied myself. Maybe we'll stuff an apple in the next one's mouth.
Several heroes had gathered together and were making their way to the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Heyday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Gorgu was besieged by heroes who fought him. Thalya had to do something about it. A hero died in prison. The forgetful evil had left him there instead of feeding him to Gorgu. Most regrettable. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers.
Hasta la vista, baby!
A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. A hero had been tossed into Gorgu's chambers. Another hero attack broke uselessly on the defensive evil's dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out. A dungeon gate leading to the underground opened up in front of the delighted evil's army. A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorgu. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. Once again, many heroes gathered to attack the dungeon. Gorge slowly developed a little paunch, but the diet of only heroes obviously seemed to agree with him. At least he was accumulating lots of soul energy.
Ugh. That last hero had munched enough garlic to take out all the vampires in all of the kingdoms. But whatever. Keep it up, Gorge. Soon you'll be a great and powerful dungeon lord, and you'll finally be able to do something useful.
Enemies are in the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
The jailbreak preparing evil had eliminated a prison's dwarven guards. The prisoners now belonged to it alone. A hero had been tossed into Gorge's chambers. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorge's chambers. Gorge was almost completely sated. He didn't need much more to reach his full potential.
All right, let's move on to the desserts. So, raspberry hero, hero brulee, and oh, what the hell, there's just more normal heroes from the dungeon. Go on, keep on munching. It's your patriotic contribution to the evil empire.
A hero disappeared into Gorge's chambers. A hero had been tossed into Gorge's chambers. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorge's chamber. Thalya and the perfidious evil had easily repelled another attack by the heroes. A hero disappeared into Gorge's chambers. The Necrodancian had been built. Undead flocked by to swing their bony hips there. Those undead, who no longer had hip bones, just stood on the sidelines, swaying back and forth in time to the music. A hero had been tossed into Gorge's chambers. A golden portal suddenly opened in the dungeon. If Thalya and the overrun evil failed to destroy it, heroes would inevitably use it to enter the dungeon.
What? But all my lovingly placed traps and defense plans. I even drew them in using colored pencils. Whatever. Go on, creatures. Destroy those magical portals. Just hammer on them with your weapons. That'll destroy them. That's how it always worked before.
On the other hand, it still needed heroes to feed Gorge, so maybe those portals weren't all bad for Thalya after all. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Payday. Your enemies are in the dungeon. A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil would feed him to Gorge. A hero disappeared into Gorge's chambers. The feeding evil had done it. Gorge was reasonably sated. Theoretically, all it had to do now was initiate his transformation. Or it could feed Gorge even more to make him, even more powerful.
Oh, that almost sounds like some kind of achievement. You bet I'm in. Go, Gorge, dig in like it's Taco Tuesday.
This ends here and now. Come on, men. Get yourselves together and finally put an end to that thing.
Gorge let out a deafening, satisfied belch that sent the remaining heroes fleeing.
Getting the absolute evil back on its feet was a lot easier than I thought. As I see it, the campaign won't be needing the promised 20 levels, but can actually end after the next map. Wonderful. Then I can treat myself to a nice, relaxing bath in unicorn blood.
Thalya seemed very certain of victory, perhaps too certain of victory. It was negligent to believe that this story would already come to an end after such a brief intermezzo. While Thalya had been busy feeding Gorge, her stepbrother Tristan had been pursuing his own plans.
The time is almost here. The Gauntlet of Finitude is reunited, and the absolute evil destroyed. Now I can pursue my second objective.
Tristan, hey, you're not quite up to speed. The absolute evil is back. It's in this little nipper here now, and when it's gathered enough power, it's gonna wipe the floor with you and your henchmen.
That's good to know, stepsister. Men, that cannot be allowed to happen. Wipe out the dungeon and make sure I'm not disturbed.
What? Wait a minute, I'm not even ready yet. Treachery, fraud, cheater. Go get them, Gorge! Smash them! Stop them! Pull out their nose hair!
Effortlessly, Dungeon Lord Gorge set about fending off the attacking heroes. Now, in a comic book, you might imagine copious speech bubbles at this point containing expressions like crash, pow, bam, and the like.
That was fun. But I think we need to replenish some evilness for Gorge before the next round starts. Time to build a dungeon and crush Tristan's plan to dust.
With those impressive words, Thalya set about building a dungeon to stop her stepbrother Tristan from doing whatever it was he was doing. Would she manage to do so? Probably not. After all, this was only Mission 9. But it kept things exciting.
Don't get ahead of yourself. The rest of the missions will probably only deal with our extravagant victory celebration. Forward!
The planning far ahead evil set about raising an army that would thwart Tristan's as yet unknown plans.
With the help of its brilliant tactician Thalya, of course. I'm here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm out of gum right now. Oh, wait, no, there's still some in my bag. Now that's the taste of victory.
These taglines, I use philosophy for those. Your little snots have roused some lava lumps. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. heroes set out for the dungeon. The anticipating evil was, of course, prepared for this.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Yoo-hoo! Tristan, favorite stepbrother. We should bury the hatchet and talk everything out. The best thing to do is just come over to me and my army without any weapons and armor, and then we'll talk.
Thalya, that trick may have worked back in our epic snowball fight, but not today! I and the Gauntlet of Finitude fuse into one.
lost a creature forever. Payday. One of your creatures has died. A gold vein is almost exhausted. The hesitant Evil's army approached a massively fortified hero city. The use of the power of the absolute evil seemed extremely promising here. payday.
I am one with myself. My spirit opens to perform this still completely incomprehensible to Thalya ritual.
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Your army has just decreased in size due to deaths. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Very good. Off you go, Gorgu. Make me proud, and then die. Forward!
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Thalya and the destructive evil had effortlessly removed the first bulwark in their way on their path to Tristan.
And that was just the start. I'm just getting warmed up. Tick-tock, little brother. This time, it won't just be your school bag I'll break.
Ugh! Thalya! Why do you have to be such an annoying pain? I will use powerful portal magic and transport heroes directly into the dungeon!
Hey, that's unfair, nasty, poor game design. Go, creatures! Get ready to defend! Sharpen the traps. Keep your ears perked. Keep a lookout.
I must continue to...
The evilness in Gorgu's eyes faded. His fleeting time as Dungeon Lord was over, at least for the time being.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Oh, Tristan, why can't you just die? We went on a little road trip, you put me in a cage. I think your story arc can happily end permanently at this point.
Never, you reprehensible beast! I'm not going to just back down here. This is not Mrs. Baumlein's history lesson.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Your little snots have roused some lava lumps. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. One of your creatures has died. golden portal opened in the dungeon. Heroes would burst out of it. The blindsided evil needed to act. Ding dong! It's payday!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
One of your creatures has died. One of your creatures has died.
Power of the cosmos, hearken to my voice and find your way to me.
Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon. payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Golden portals opened in the dungeon.
One of your creatures is furious and is on strike.
Ding dong, it's payday. Yet again, golden portals opened in the dungeon.
I must continue to focus on this men. Keep Thalya away.
The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a crystal beam. Once again, Gorge transformed into the mighty Dungeon Lord. The Dungeon Lord turned back into Gorge, the unremarkable baby. Thalya and the devastating evil had more destructive power than the average Black Friday shopper. The heroes would have to think of something.
We are unstoppable! Choo-choo! The Thalya bitch slap train is on its way. Next stop, Tristan's face. Choo-choo!
A hammering and thumping filled the dungeon.
Damn. Those dwarves again. Those beasts just never give up, do they? All right, creatures, prepare your defenses. Protect the dungeon. Protect me.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. You have lost a creature forever. Golden portals opened in the dungeon. payday. One of your creatures has died. Once again, the Dungeon Lord emerged from Gorgu's babyish husk. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Thalya and the Annihilating Evil left a trail of devastation behind them that had heavy metal concertgoers enthusiastically taking notes.
When I'm done with these heroes here, they won't have any sleeves left. Or maybe still sleeves, but no arms. Oh, okay, even I found that line pretty second-rate, but never mind. Time to die, do-gooders.
When Thalya and the armies of the merciless evil entered Condor, the city of heroes, it triggered an alarm. Condor is calling for help, and the armies of the nearby fortress Horan answered the call. They quickly set out to support their allies. Gorgu's time as Dungeon Lord was over. Yet again, golden portals opened in the dungeon. payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. You have lost a creature forever. Your army has just decreased in size due to death. The time had come. Thalya and the absolute evil, or its armies, had finally reached Tristan.
Tristan! Finally, we stand face to face. Time to end this storyline and leave my painful childhood behind me.
Your painful childhood? Did you have a big sister who often mistreated you too?
I was mistreated, so it was only right that some of it came your way too. And anyway, we're siblings. But we don't need to get into that. Your plan has failed, whatever you were going to do here. Surrender, and I'll let you live and parade you around in a cage.
My plan didn't fail. Behold!
Tristan had achieved his goal and used the gauntlet's power. However, unlike Thalya, he did not snap, but instead did a reverse snap. Instead of releasing horrific forces like the so-called Dungeon Lord Snap, this in fact did the opposite. healing forces swept over the land. Heroes who had once been slain were suddenly alive again. Likewise, Tanos, Thalya's and Tristan's foster father. While Tristan was overjoyed at the return of his beloved father, Thalya's joy was considerably more limited, and the old rage bubbled up inside her once again. The heroes, on the other hand, were of course in a celebratory mood. A great reunion feast was arranged. Tanos was once again among the living. Should one have seen this coming? Well, presumably, because with a name like that, it was probably inevitable that he would pop up again. In honor of Tanos and all the other people who had been resurrected, a great feast was proclaimed in the Cathedral of Light.
How do you feel, Father? Are you well?
Of course, son. Ha! How could I not be well now that I am finally back among the living? I am so eternally grateful to you, my boy. Let's celebrate together with our victory over darkness.
So be it, Father. I have ordered one of my strongest warriors to guard the impregnable gates to the city. Nothing will come through them to disturb our celebrations. Go forth, Hordor. Show us what you can do.
Hordor, Hordor.
My idiot brother has gone and resurrected our even more idiotic foster father, and just for fun, all the heroes I killed in the previous part. Oh, well, at least now there's something to do. Forward, orcs! Time to blow up that party!
But the Absolute Evil's creatures were unable to take these gates. Probably not even a dragon mother or a mother of dragons would have been able to tear them down.
Grr, total bummer, namby-pamby little pack of orcs. But hey, fine. I'll just find some other way to blow up that party.
After all the time Thalya had spent talking about blowing up, it was inevitable that she would be hit by a flash of inspiration. Beneath the Cathedral of Light, there was an ancient, long-forgotten cellar. If this were filled with explosive material, it would probably lead to a dynamite buzz for the partygoers.
Everyone stop. I just had a flash of inspiration. If we stack some blaze beer under the cathedral, we can blow the damn place up along with Tanos. I am so brilliant. Forward, little snots, gather hops and malt, and let's get this party started.
The inebriated evil set about building a brewery complete with brewing kettle, an important step on the way to brewing blaze beer. manivores have been discovered in your dungeon.
Thalya? Do you always have to disrupt my parties? It's like that time on my 14th birthday when you dumped that bucket of pig's blood over my head. Men, drive that rabble off. I don't want my father to be disturbed.
Oh, yes, that's right. The red birthday. Oh, those were the days.
Thalya's activities in the underground had not gone unnoticed. Heroes set out to destroy the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
The celebrations were in full swing. Tanos, the good paladin of light, however, wanted to give this joyous celebration a more personal touch.
Friends, brothers, comrades, it's good to have you by my side again. My beloved son Tristan saved us all. I have had some of these hideous horde monstrosities captured in his honor. Tristan, to you belongs the honor of bringing the purifying fire upon them.
Father, does that really need to be done? I think we could...
Oh, son, you are so humble. I'll just spring in and take over for a minute. This is for you, son. Enjoy the show.
Looks like those two have found each other again. Tanos is still the same dumbass he was when I put his head on his spear. And that's where he should have stayed. But Tristan, the miserable idiot, at least they have no idea of the favor they've done me here. Okay, little snots, get to work.
Dead horde creatures could easily be resurrected at a Defi Brymat in a horde laboratory. Fortunately, the supposedly dead creature was mysteriously returned to the dungeon, where some little snots picked it up to carry it to the horde laboratory.
Take that, you worm!
The first horde creature had been resurrected as a Defi Brymat in the horde laboratory.
Excellent! Welcome back. I just happen to have a jolly little suicide mission for you.
A special Naga appeared to have been captured by Tristan's henchmen and was being paraded through the city as part of the festivities. If the gracious evil were to free her, she would certainly join him most joyfully.
What a pathetic creature. Go on, get moving, mother of madness. Look at her, this wretched creature. Shame, shame, shame! The festivities were still in full swing, and more partygoers arrived by the minute. Just then, noble guests from the House of Martell set out with smoking tires to ascend the Iron Throne with sun spears. I mean, to join in the festivities.
They'll never make it, because they're gonna suffer a hostile takeover on the way. Forward, creatures! Scout out the area, set up an ambush, and then just let them have it.
In keeping with the motto, better safe than sorry, the construction-addicted evil had erected a second Deafy Brymat. Well done.
I wish I hadn't purified that one bard, the one with the gold and the wizard.
Payday.
There go the people of Martel. So much for sun spears and cheap plastic toys.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Your little snots have roused some lava lumps.
Man, these heroes, they die faster than flies.
Thalya! That's just barbaric! Stop it! We are having a party here!
Ha! It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Fortunately, the Frankensteinian evil was now able to use the Horde laboratory to revive its Horde creatures. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Another dead creature has been resurrected in the Horde laboratory. A ghost hunting group by the name of Shooby-Doo was on their way to the festivities, along with their mysterious machine.
Then let's see those mysterious figures disappear somewhere in the ghostly mists.
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. The sober evil still had not built a brewery. It quickly set about rectifying this faux pas. Enemies are in the dungeon.
Scooby-Doo and his mysterious machine, isn't it? Glad to see you all here.
I was gonna kill them all, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids and their dog. Ah!
Payday.
Snazzy new champion unit. That's the way I like it. Forward, champion! To the front with you!
It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Fortunately, the Frankensteinian evil was now able to use the Horde laboratory to revive its Horde creatures.
Thalya, what are you doing?
I'm freeing this Naga shaman. What do you think? That I was gonna let Tanos chase her around?
Well, maybe it is better this way. Father just gets so upset. But I'm not doing this for you, stepsister.
The Naga shaman, out of gratitude for her liberation, joyfully joined the slithering evil's army. She still had some scores to settle with the local heroes.
Ah, I see that you caught a few of these vile creatures and put them on display, my son. Wonderful.
Well, actually, they're just prisoners of war at the moment, Father.
Things such as prisoners of war can only exist among rational beings, son. The only thing you can do for these creatures is to give them a quick death. But that can wait until after the feast.
Like how? I'll free them and add them to my army. Go ahead. Go on out there. Release the cages and smash those creatures to bits. Don't the other way round, of course.
Your throne room is under attack.
The powerful wizard named Switcher set out for Tanos' celebration with his followers.
But he'll never arrive.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Ooh, I sure did a number on that Switcher for sure. That's what you get when you replace the cool main character with a third-rate replacement. You bozos!
It's payday.
The not yet lost to reason evil had built a brewery. A delicious aroma spread through the dungeon. Delicious blaze beer was ready and waited only for the hand of terror to place it into the forgotten cellar below the cathedral.
Something is wrong. I feel it. Men, you must stop Thalya. Take battle formation. Trebuchets to the fore. The archers take a break, and the cavalry dashes straight on in, just like we practiced.
Good things come in threes, my son. Look deep into the flames of the purifying fire, and behold the mercy our goddess bestows upon this unworthy life.
Yes, Father. If you say so.
Don't be too modest. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Now they're sending me my new subordinates by express mail. Hop to it, little snots. Get to resurrecting so that the creature can head back into battle.
Thalya had freed an ironhide orc. These strong and fantastically armored creatures were virtually tanks on two legs. The first barrel of blazed beer was deposited in the cathedral cellar. However, in order for this to have a reasonable explosive force, many more barrels would have to be stacked here.
Oi, what's that smell? Is someone brewing beer? Without letting me have any? That's downright insolent, that is. Off you go, lads! Go and get it! We're running low up here.
The delicious smell of hops, malt and barley had little chance of escaping an unerring dwarven nose. It was only a matter of time before those vertically challenged bearded so-and-sos would start digging into the dungeon.
Let them come. Off you go. Build traps, sharpen your weapons, and have Fairy Tale Throat Songs Part 3 at the ready. That way the pain won't stop at the face. It'll go all the way through to the ears.
One of the Brewing Evil's little snots had started producing beer. Henceforth, this delicious elixir would nourish high-level horde creatures. Enemies are in the dungeon. The far-off kingdom of Vakanda sent a troop to join Tanos' celebrations.
That awakens the thrill-monger in me. We'll flatten them.
Oi, what have we got? This is one ugly dungeon. That's not very nice. Don't even have an invitation. Come on, guys. Get rid of that lot, and then bring me the beer!
Keep your dirty hands off my beer. I need it for a... Never mind. But go on. Knock them down. Flatten them. Shave off their beards.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
One of your creatures is furious.
Welcome to the festivities, my friends. Vakanda forever.
Stupid old partygoers. Stupid old Tanos.
Thalya and the dwarf rejecting evil had driven the dwarves from the underground. These would no longer cause any trouble.
And thankfully, they also left their supply of gold behind. Well, that's friendly. Brewing beer takes forever. I thought we were in dungeons here, and not some boring empire building game where I spend 3 hours watching my settlers bake bread.
Indeed, brewing the beer turned out to be more than a little tedious. Fortunately, there was a welcome solution for the tech-addicted evil: magic batteries. These could be used in a work unit to power it magically for a short time.
Ooh, that sounds just like what I need. All right, go ahead. I've got my credit card ready. Do I get a gift basket if I buy several at once?
The teleshopping-tuned evil first had to further research the workshop and then build an infusomat. It immediately set about doing so.
And that's a few more heroes I knocked off. That would have been a nice assignment too.
Thalya, do you have to do that? You're just ruining my party like you did my 13th birthday. I'm just going to resurrect all the heroes later anyway.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. A dead Horde creature has been resurrected in the Horde laboratory.
A creature has become livid with rage.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. A delegation from the distant Northlands was on its way to Tanos' grand celebration. Payday!
Collecting thing is taking forever. Can't we just raid a brewery or something?
While there was no brewery nearby where one could steal barrels, there was a spell that could be used to create resources. The magic-addicted evil vaguely remembered having used this one before.
Really? Wow! That sounds super. Well then, let's get a move on. That should do the trick.
The brewing evil still had to produce and store beer. Other guests had managed to reach the feast unmolested. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Man, these heroes, they die faster than flies.
Thalya! That's just barbaric! Stop it! We are having a party here!
The dungeon-digging evil had discovered an artifact. An artifact had been stored and was now manifesting its powers. One of your little snots dug into a lava lump. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The first Infusomat was ready to go. Now, all that remained was to craft a magic battery out of toolboxes and mana.
Oh, on you go, you lazy little snots. Get that stuff over here. If this keeps up, we won't have the beer done until Tanos' great-great-great-grandchildren are up there having a party.
It's payday. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Zealous Evil had filled about a quarter of the cathedral cellar with blazed beer. With a broad grin, it got right back to work.
Somehow, I have a very strange feeling. Something is wrong here. Men, search the underground. My sister is plotting something somewhere down there.
A number of heroes headed. More partygoers had reached Tanos' party. A gold vein is almost exhausted.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Thalya, stop killing heroes!
But I'm on such a roll right now.
Huh. I'll just resurrect them later anyway. So there's no point anyway.
Well, it's definitely had a very positive effect on my mood.
Additional potential guests were on their way to the festivities. The cellar was now 3/4 full of blazed beer. A truly bombastic fireworks display seemed just a finger's breadth away.
Men, my sister has hatched an insidious plan. You must stop her. Forward!
A gold vein has been mined out.
It's payday.
The cellar below the cathedral was filled to bursting with blazed beer. Thalya and the explosive evil went about setting off the fireworks with huge grins on their faces.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Time to push the big red button.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Fine dust indifferent evil had ignited a fulminant display of fireworks. The Cathedral of Light was now just a smoking crater, as was much of the city surrounding it. A large number of the heroes who had just celebrated their resurrection suddenly found themselves piles of ashes.
That was a great celebration. I like making an entrance with a bang. Yoo-hoo, Father, are you still there? Are you that sad little pile of ashes over there? Good, good. Can I just sit out on my balcony and drink wine for the rest of the game?
But the news of Tanos' passing was premature. He and Tristan had survived the explosion.
Thalya, you evil bitch. I knew you'd show up, but you won't get me that easily.
How the hell did you guys survive that?
Tristan and I were dancing on the table during the explosion. 100% solid oak. 30% off if you picked it up yourself. Who can say no to that?
Stupid brand name merchandise, but whatever. I'm actually rather happy. Your survival means that I can now kill you again!
Evil will never triumph over me. Well, at least not twice. Die, Thalya!
Tanos and his foster daughter Thalya once again faced each other in a merciless battle. Tanos had rounded up the last of his allies to resolve the battle once and for all.
Father, do you really want to go that far? Thalya may have lost her way, but in the end, surely we can still talk to her and come to an agreement.
Son, I am impressed with how much you still believe in the good in your stepsister. But the time for talking is over. Thalya was able to get me once through my goodness. That won't happen to me a second time. The Gauntlet of Finitude gives us a chance to beat Thalya. Rise, men! It is time once again to enter the service of good and incinerate evil once and for all in the purifying fire of the light.
Tanos used the Gauntlet's power to revive the heroes once again and call them back from death. They rose from their graves and marched towards the dungeon as Tanos commanded.
Onward, you noble warriors! Receive the blessing of the blazing flame and bring doom upon my foster daughter!
As if a few old heroes from the last century would still have anything to say about that. The traps are trained and the creatures polished. Or the other way round. Whatever. Time to die, old man.
The insidious evil's traps performed admirably. It was certainly an excellent idea to increase their number. Tanos was protected by the gauntlet of Finitude's power, but Thalya knew that its power was limited.
Then we have no choice but to wait until Tanos runs out of juice before we can take care of him. But then, at least I have time to choose a beautiful new spear to stick his head on this time.
Men, evil marches under the sun as we speak. Blasphemy! Forward! Throw that garbage back where it came from!
Enraged by the resurging evil, Tanos set his troops in motion. An increase in attacks was inevitable from this point on. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The unscrupulous evil had slain a hero in the dungeon, as so many times before, by the way. But now, it was contemplating whether it might be time to build an ice tomb. There, dead heroes could be brought back to join the prowling evil side as wafting ghost heroes.
That would be something. Then we more or less make the heroes fight for us. All right, you little snots, build an ice tomb, erect a hero's grave, and drag those mutilated hero corpses over here pronto!
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. A combat-heavy patrol walked the graveyards here to keep an eye out for grave robbers.
They're right on the money with Tanos and my dim-wit stepbrother then. But of course, they don't get questioned. I do. It's probably because I'm a dark elf. Damn racists.
And the general of the Absolute Evil's Army of the Dark.
Yeah, well, that too. Tough.
The wood-smashing evil had destroyed the first coffin, putting a bit of a stop to Tanos' crazy plan.
And bam! That's how it's done. So, Tanos, foster daddy, guess that makes you look pretty silly, Forward, creatures. Grab the nearest coffin, chop it up, and use it as a litter box.
Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. The merciless evil had destroyed all the coffins in a graveyard. Tanos would no longer be able to use them.
That's exactly the way it's supposed to
My
work.
friends, it is time to visit one of these graveyards.
Tanos and his fanatical followers, along with Tristan, set out to jump through a portal to one of the graveyards. It would be exciting to see what they would do there.
Probably pick themselves out a couple of nice graves and coffins. Come on, creatures. Let's reduce them to mush. Let's pound them into dust. Let's cover them in vinegar because it burns.
This looks like the perfect spot. Son, this is where we will find more good, strong fighters for our cause.
In a graveyard? Father, I am not sure if this is really the right way for the light.
Naturally, son. Just trust me. I have the gauntlet of Finitude and the goddess's support. Bringing a few noble warriors back briefly from the realm of the dead for a good cause is in no way reprehensible.
And so Tanos sent resurrected heroes marching towards the warding evil. The destructive evil had cleared out a graveyard. Tanos would not be reviving any heroes here. Defend the dungeon heart. The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a colossal colossus. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
Your throne room is under attack. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The undead evil now had an ice tomb complete with a fancy hero's grave at its disposal. All that was needed now was the corpse of a hero for the process to be set in motion.
Ha! Showed him.
Payday!
Is that all you got, Daddy? Your pathetic heroes can't even come close to beating me.
My portal will soon be ready, my friends. Remain vigilant and let us do good. Ah! Defeating Thalya will be easy with the Gauntlet of Finitude. I'll just keep resurrecting heroes. Arise, dead heroes, arise! Receive the blessing of the purifying flame, and now bring chaos and destruction upon the creatures of the abyss. Destroy them together with my sinister foster daughter.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
A gold vein is almost exhausted.
It's payday.
The grandiose evil had vanquished another wave of Tanos' heroes. Your little snots have dug up a spider.
Remain vigilant, my comrades. It is time to resurrect new heroes and call them to our side. The time has come. I will bring back more heroes from the grave. Hey, son. There seems to be a small snag with the gauntlet. I was trying to resurrect a lot more heroes.
I'm afraid its power is used up, Father. Perhaps it will recharge over time.
Huh? That is heresy! How am I supposed to do the work of the goddess and the purifying flame like this? One of you is an unbeliever. Confess!
In his rage, Tanos struck one of the heroes, an amazingly evil act that earned him, well, evilness. Interestingly enough, this seemed to charge the Gauntlet of Finitude.
Oh, that's interesting. I would have missed that detail if that narrator hadn't mentioned it. Excellent. Here, you brave warriors! Receive the blessings of the goddess and the light!
Now Tanos is going completely nuts again. And just for the record, I killed the freaking goddess of light!
Follow me, you brave champions of good. Receive the goddess's blessings.
How many times do I have to say, I already killed that goddess? Hello? Are you even listening to me?
Into battle! Destroy my foster daughter and her wicked work for the light!
Ding dong, it's payday.
Thalya had defeated a wave of Tanos' heroes.
Be vigilant, my friends, for evil never sleeps. My portal will soon be ready.
Ding dong! It's payday!
Father, are you all right? You just accidentally knocked this man to the ground.
I'm doing excellently, son. Don't worry. I'm sure he was a heretic. So in fact, all I did was purify a poor lost soul. But I'm fine. Look! I can pull out trees and crush rocks, just like this one.
Tanos indeed seemed massively strengthened by the Gauntlet of Finitude and crushed the rock before him. This had blocked the way to a village, which was now accessible.
Away with you, you grave robbers! Leave our poor departed in peace!
You dare to oppose the Holy Light on its mission? May the Goddess of Light embrace you!
Father! What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You're killing innocent people here!
Don't worry, son. I have this under control. This pathetic lot can't fight, and at best are prey for your depraved sister. I merely did them a favor. We can make good use of their strength in the fight against evil. After all, I can just resurrect them later. Welcome back, you heroes of ages past. Receive the blessing of the sacred fire. Forward! Destroy evil once and for all!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
The grandiose evil had vanquished another wave of Tanos' heroes. The merciless evil's armies rushed into battle with the Colossus to earn some magnificent evilness.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The Colossus breathed its last. This earned the cruel evil quite a bit of evilness. Defend the dungeon heart. A gold vein is almost exhausted.
It's time to pay a visit to a graveyard. Make ready! I have need of you, heroes of the past. Rise up to once again serve the good. Follow me, you brave champions of good. Receive the goddess's blessings!
How many times do I have to say, I already killed that goddess? Hello? Are you even listening to me?
Into battle! Destroy my foster daughter and her wicked work! For the light!
There are enemies in your dungeon. A new graveyard patrol was making the rounds. The predatory evil was already making careful notes about where it could be ambushed. Thalya had defeated a wave of Tanos' heroes. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Don't worry, son. We will win this battle, and good shall prevail. Maybe later, we can even resurrect Thalya and try to convert her to a god. Would you like that?
I think so, Father. I hope you know what you're doing.
Of course, son. Let me just quickly resurrect a few heroes here. Arise, you who have fallen! Onward, defenders of the true good! Take off your musty robes, and then off to battle!
Your enemies are in the dungeon. The grandiose evil had vanquished another wave of Tanos' heroes. Your enemies are in the dungeon. More coffins were destroyed by the lumberjack evil's creatures. The marauding evil had cleared a graveyard of fallen heroes. Tanos had exhausted the gauntlet of Finitude's power a second time.
What a piece of junk! I thought those few villagers would have given me more power. Don't worry, son. I'll come up with something. Evil will not triumph over me again. Come, follow me. It's time to pay a visit to a graveyard. Make ready!
Tanos reached another village, whose access, as chance would have it, was also blocked by a rock. With one mighty blow, he destroyed the rock. An uneasy feeling crept over Tristan as his father once again approached the ignorant and unarmed villagers.
It's payday.
Father, stop this madness! We can't let more innocent people die just to fight my sister.
Don't worry, son. Once we win, we'll bring them all back. The way you brought me back.
No, Father. I can no longer be a part of this.
Then step aside. Get out of here, you traitor! Do not stand in the way of the light and the eternal flame! I will personally take care of this and eradicate evil!
Tristan did not dare to confront his father and ran away. All that was left behind were the unarmed villagers and Tanos with a mad glint in his eye.
No? I'm way too young to die. I was gonna take a trip around the world and...
Strengthened, Tanos set out to resurrect new heroes. The Calling Heroes from the Grave Evil had summoned its first ghost hero. It gazed with satisfaction at the newest addition to its army of evil.
Follow me, you brave champions of good! Receive the goddess's blessings!
How many times do I have to say, I already killed that goddess? Hello? Are you even listening to me?
Into battle! Destroy my foster daughter and her wicked work! For the light!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out.
More coffins we've smashed to smithereens. Awesome!
Payday!
throne room is under attack. Thalya had defeated a wave of Tanos' heroes.
Remain vigilant, my comrades. It is time to resurrect new heroes and call them to our side. I have need of you, heroes of the past. Rise up to once again serve the good. Onward, defenders of the true good. Take off your musty robes, and then off to battle.
The Potarian evil had created a ghost maid.
Do you know what its ghostly robe is made of? Voldemort!
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The grandiose evil had vanquished another wave of Tanos' heroes. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. More coffins were destroyed by the lumberjack evil's creatures. The destructive evil had cleared out a graveyard. Tanos would not be reviving any heroes here. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Another graveyard patrol set out on its rounds.
My portal will soon be ready, my friends. Remain vigilant and let us do good. Warriors of good, I call you. Rise up, you guardians of light! To arms, dead brothers! Receive the goddess's blessings!
What? What's this crap? I just killed that goddess in the last game.
And now, descend into the underground and bring death upon the creatures of evil!
Is that all you got, Daddy? Your pathetic heroes can't even come close to beating me.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
payday.
Thalya, you treacherous snake! How dare you interfere with my plans like this? May the goddess have mercy on you, for I shall have none.
Ha! I killed your goddess, and pity is something I had to look up in the dictionary. You worn-out sack of dead meat. You should climb back into the grave you crawled out of. I'll be more than happy to help, too.
Thalya, you depraved creature! I curse the day I welcomed you into my home!
Thalya and the graveyard-keeping evil had seriously thwarted Tanos' plans. Yet the dwarf queen Brynhild still stood at Tanos' side.
Oi, that's right. And it's about time we got out of here. Go, Tanos. The thing with the dark elf brat will have to wait until later.
What? Hold it. You still have a nice date with a spear waiting for you here.
Not today, Thalya. I just need a little more of that power, that evilness, to charge the gauntlet. Only then can I destroy you and enable good to triumph.
Damn paladins with their stupid portals. All right, creatures, swing those hooves, get the lead out, and get after Tanos at a gallop. Forward!
And so, together with the pursuing evil, Thalya set out in pursuit of Tanos.
It is tragic that this place of good must be destroyed. But I need the resulting evilness to charge the gauntlet. That is the only way I can destroy the absolute evil!
Tanos had obviously misplaced a few of his marbles. He marauded through the countryside, committing evil deeds in order to strengthen the good.
I totally have this déjà vu thing. Very strong third part vibes. But fine, I've got the spear for his head ready now. And this time, it's got freaking barbs.
Nevertheless, the absolute evil had to react. A Tanos charged with evilness was a terrible opponent. For the good of the world, he had to be slowed and stopped.
So now, we're trying to steal the evilness from right under his nose?
Yes, that's the way it looks.
Oh, hell yes, count me in. So we do what bad guys do, and we stick it to my crazy foster father in the process.
Surely something useful could be done with the evilness later on. But first, Thalya had to act faster than Tanos.
Okay, let's get out there and start doing evil deeds, so we can stop my now evil foster father from doing evil deeds. For evil! Or for the good. Oh, somehow I kind of lost the plot there somewhere. Forward, creatures!
Payday!
My depraved foster daughter's subordinates dare to soil the surface. Onward, my faithful! Destroy these abominations!
Tanos dispatched his remaining faithful towards the dungeon. From this point on, heroes would attack the underground.
No problem. That's basically extra evilness delivered free to my door. Right. Clean your weapons, oil your traps, and prepare the meteor spell.
I feel how the evilness strengthens my powers of good. Wonderful.
Tanos had captured a fair amount of evilness. The planning evil could try to stop him temporarily by having its creatures engage him in a fight.
Brilliant idea. I'm sure I would have thought of that too. Forward, creatures, into battle. Not all of you will survive, but that is a price I'm willing to pay.
Absolute Evil had bagged some magnificent evilness. It was important to gain more of it than Tanos. The heroes' buildings presented themselves as high-yield alternatives.
Amazed, aren't you, Tanos? We destroyed that building.
Your throne room is under attack.
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
And another victory for Thalya!
Thalya, you may have been faster than me this time, but in the end, good shall inevitably triumph. I will destroy the next building!
It's payday.
Amazed, aren't you, Tanos? We destroyed that building!
Most of the cities in the overworld were now just smoking ruins, but there were still mythical creatures living in the overworld. Tanos' demented gaze turned to these.
It is my sacred duty to lead the light to victory. If I must destroy these good beings in order to do so, then so be it!
The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a unicorn. A few stalwart heroes set about rebuilding the destroyed buildings.
That's monstrous! We have to stop them! Forward, creatures! Stop them at all costs! Thwart their plan! Scrub the floors with soap to make them slip and fall!
Your demonic portal is under attack. Ding dong! It's payday. The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a giant hypno bullfrog.
I have a brilliant plan. We could beat Tanos even more easily if we earned ourselves a little extra evilness. Let's build a torture chamber.
Thalya, that's the smartest thing you've said in a long time. I should mark this date in my calendar. Huh. The deliberate evil set about building a torture chamber. This would not only satisfy higher-level demons, but a little extra evilness could also be squeezed out of the heroes there. The vault of evilness was filled to bursting. The negligent evil had to either expand it as quickly as possible or invest in appropriate research.
Amazed, aren't you, Tanos? We destroyed that building.
Tanos! Father! I can no longer stand by and watch you perform despicable acts. This is not the way of the light. Rather, you have been seduced by the darkness. Since it was I who unleashed you upon this world, it is my duty to stop you.
Oh, that was unexpected. Tristan now seems to have switched sides to join his evil stepsister in stopping his even more evil father.
Tristan, you traitor. You have turned away from the light, just like your sister. I will destroy you both!
Snatch that good being right out from under the confused old man's nose.
Thalya, you spoiled little brat. This will be the end of you.
The merciless evil's armies rushed into battle with the Hypno Bullfrog to earn some wondrous evilness. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted.
And once again, Thalya saves the day. I mean, I'll nab the good being before that has been.
No, you will never defeat me. I must withdraw. But today is not the end of days. I shall return, light be praised. And be you certain this is clear. The light will prevail, be of cheer!
Tanos has been stopped. I will return should he again attack innocent people.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ding dong, it's payday. The Hypno Bullfrog came back to life.
No! I'll be back.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
I'm back! My absence was short. I will fully charge the gauntlet and destroy evil.
Your demonic portal is under attack.
Your throne room is under attack.
I'm back again.
A gold vein has been mined out. The unicorn came back to life.
Oh.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Enemies are in the dungeon.
Thalya, it is because of you and your monstrous deeds that these creatures must suffer.
I have nothing to do with that, unfortunately. I wanted to get there before you, damn it!
Your throne room is under attack. Your throne room is under attack.
Take that!
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The pernicious evil had already collected a quarter of the evilness. A victory over Tanos was in sight. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. the Hypno Bullfrog came back to life. The torture chamber was now ready. Higher-level demons vented their aggression on little snots, or even better, on heroes if there were any available. This also generated even more evilness. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A gold vein is almost exhausted.
Thalya, it is only because of you that these poor citizens must die. This is your fault!
Are you out of your mind, you addle-pated old fool? You're the one killing them, and before I can do it, you bastard! Come on, creatures! We've got to get there first! Hit them, beat them, cross their eyes out with wax crayons! For the ferryman! Ha ha ha! How that's done, Tanos. I'm sure the day Thalya snatches a cant from right under your nose was a significant day in your life. But for me, it's just Wednesday.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Tanos was so weakened that he decided to retreat. Payday! You've dug into a spider room. The magnificent evil had discovered a particularly strong demonic creature in the underground. This would fit quite neatly into creature amassing evil's army. Enemies are in the dungeon.
This is all happening because of you. Without you, none of this would be happening.
Without you either, but I have this spear here, just waiting to share some headspace.
Now that even the mythical creatures in the area were becoming almost impossible to find, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find specific targets to gather evilness.
Is that a charity shipment for a nearby orphanage over there? Sad. But I will see it destroyed in the name of victory for good.
See that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
Thalya and the nimble evil had destroyed one of the good buildings before Tanos could do so. Evil's armies rushed into battle with the unicorn to earn some splendid evilness.
Over yet. My wounds will heal, and I'll be back.
The good being beating evil had slain a good being before Tanos could get his hands on it. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Tanos was back in the race for evilness. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. You have discovered a number of lava lumps. Your little snots have discovered an artifact. The bonus-grabbing evil had stored an artifact in order to unleash its powers.
Thalya, I despise you for making me destroy these poor townsfolk. The light will judge you for that!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
day, creatures are collecting their pay.
Defend the dungeon heart.
A gold vein has been mined out. The first hero disappeared into the torture chamber. And that's about enough details right there.
Stretch his arms out. Bring on the beard twirler. And get me more of those ice cubes. No, not for my drink.
Well, let's just suffice to say that more evilness was generated here.
Amazed, aren't you, Tanos? We destroyed that building.
Thalya and the Swift Evil had destroyed an orphanage shipment before Tanos could do so.
We've already raked in half the evilness. Tanos doesn't stand a chance against us.
Thalya and the speedy evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Tanos got to it. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Another hero was taken to the torture chamber. Tanos was so weakened that he decided to retreat.
We snatched that good being right out from under the confused old man's nose.
Thalya, you spoiled little brat. This will be the end of you.
See that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
The goddess has filled me with new strength. I will destroy the evil.
Another hero was brought to the torture chamber, where they bravely generated bonus evilness. Thalya and the Swift Evil had destroyed an orphanage shipment before Tanos could do so. The evilest evil had now collected about 3/4 of the required evilness. Its triumph over Tanos was within reach.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
How that's done, Tanos. I'm sure the day Thalya snatches a camp from right under your nose was a significant day in your life. But for me, it's just Wednesday.
Deeds are regrettable, but they are necessary, so that good may triumph in the end.
Another hero was taken to the torture chamber. creatures are collecting their pay. Thalya and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Tanos got to it.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A gold vein is almost exhausted. another hero was brought to the torture chamber, where they bravely generated bonus evilness.
It's payday.
Little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Once again, Tanos had to retreat to lick his wounds. The planning evil would surely know how to take advantage of his absence.
Hey, Tanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine!
Amazed, aren't you, Tanos? We destroyed that building! See how that's done, Tanos? I'm sure the day Thalya snatches a camp from right under your nose was a significant day in your life. But for me, it's just Wednesday. Hasta la vista, baby!
Tanos seemed to have regained his strength and set about gathering evilness for the Gauntlet of Finitude. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
We did it! I did it. That should be enough evilness to feed Gorgu. So, little baby, eat up all that tasty evilness.
Enriched by all this energy, Gorgu once again became the Dungeon Lord. In this form, he could take on Tanos' undead. At least, that's what Thalya and the really thinking plans through evil thought.
What's with all the pessimism? Dungeon Lord Gorgu will thoroughly kick Tanos' butt. And then that barbed spear I mentioned earlier comes into play.
Gorge had ingested enough evilness to remain in the guise of the Dungeon Lord for an extended period of time. But Tanos was also able to strengthen himself somewhat. Both opponents now faced one another in an implacable duel. Imagine here some quick camera cuts to the grim faces of the two opponents, like the ones you used to see in the anime series of your youth. The stare-down could fill out several volumes all by itself, but just for you, we've condensed that down to one line of dialogue. Then the two opponents began to throw wildly powerful missiles at each other's ears. But such an epic battle with unusual attacks and such took its toll, and both sides retreated for a short breather.
Men, despair not. It is time to prepare for the final battle. Fight at my side. Together, we will destroy evil once and for all!
This rousing speech, together with the threat of beatings in the case of non-compliance, served to mobilize Tanos' reaming heroes. It would certainly make sense for Thalya to support Gorge as well.
Really? I thought Gorge would make short work of Tanos now. After all the stress of the previous mission. Is someone trying to grind out a little extra game time? But hey, fine, don't let anyone say I let evil down. I'll throw wave after wave of my creatures at Tanos if I have to. Up you get, you lazy bums. Pick yourselves up, build a dungeon, raise an army, and severely rearrange Tanos' teeth.
You have lost a creature forever. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. You have lost a creature forever. Some of Tanos' willing hoppers set out for the dungeon to attack the dungeon heart. It was probably a sensible idea to prevent them from doing so. You've dug into a spider room. Payday. The clash of the giants was at hand. They would meet over there.
Excellent. Good to know. Then I'll get the troops hurt and give them a taste of the leather. I mean, put the troops on alert and pull them together. Damn it.
dong! It's payday!
Your throne room is under attack.
Tanos and Gorge had recovered enough and once again joined in fervent battle. A duel worthy of mention in the history books was in the offing. Gorge was just getting a feel for what it was like to actually be the Dungeon Lord. He had meanwhile discovered additional powers. Thus it was possible for him to heal himself on the one hand and to execute a powerful additional attack on the other. However, it took him a while to gather the strength for these skills.
The little Rugrat really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Wonderful! Those are just the things needed to smack Tanos right in the kisser. Forward, Gorge! Kick the old man's butt!
Faithful to me! Support me in my fight against evil!
Heroes set out to attack Gorge. It was probably very sensible for the outwitted evil to take some countermeasures.
Like now, creatures to Gorge! Support him in his fight against the good, evil, good? Ugh, I have no idea what Tanos is even supposed to represent anymore. Anyway, bash his head in, stick it in a blender and make yourself some cocktails.
Heroes fought against Gorge in an attempt to defeat him. creatures are collecting their pay. Both Gorge and Tanos withdrew yet again to recuperate. Thalya and the army training evil took advantage of this brief respite to regroup. A gold vein is almost exhausted. payday. The merciless Evil's armies had destroyed one of the bases set up by Tanos' faithful. This would probably slow them down a bit, but at the same time, it spurred them on even more. Crazy fanatics. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A gold vein has been mined out. Dungeon Lord Gorge and Tanos were about to meet again. This epic battle would take place on that as yet undistinguished field there.
Excellent! Then let's get ready to give that damn paladin wannabe a hot reception. And I ain't talking tasty hot beverages either.
The vein is almost exhausted. Another base belonging to Tanos' faithful was destroyed. Ding dong! It's payday! Tanos and Gorge faced each other again, ready for another epic duel. One of the Dungeon Lord's skills was once again available. A number of Tanos' faithful set out to support Tanos in the duel. Some of the heroes struck at Gorge with fervor. heroes tried to beat Gorge up. Once again, Tanos and Gorge retreated. Whether it was to catch their breath or whether they went out for a coffee together is unknown. Heroes who had planned to do battle with Gorge now made their way into the dungeon after all. Ding dong, it's payday. A gold vein has been mined out. Another base belonging to Tanos' faithful was destroyed. Your army has just decreased in size due to death. Another base belonging to Tanos' faithful was destroyed. Another battle between Tanos and Dungeon Lord Gorge was brewing. The ruthless evil made its preparations. Ding dong, it's payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Tanos and Gorge appeared once again, ready to face one another in a third battle. I hope this was the finale, as we're running out of battlefields. One of the Dungeon Lord's skills was once again available for use. Some of Tanos' fanatical followers set out to help their leader. Your demonic portal is under attack. One of your creatures has bit the dust. the Dungeon Lord used a particularly powerful attack against Tanos.
This can't be true. Good must triumph.
Ha! Take that, old man. At first, I thought it was stupid of Tristan to resurrect you, but I've reconsidered. You are such a crazy frickin' scumbag that you really do deserve to die twice for this.
But with the last of his strength, Tanos managed to use the Gauntlet of Finitude. What happened next is so blatant that we have to show it in a cutscene. The battle between Tanos and Dungeon Lord Gorge raged. Both opponents assumed their best anime fighting poses, sized up their opponent, and then exchanged blows, magic missiles, and/or telepathic insults. But even though the fight dragged on due to Gorgu's inexperience, the end was predestined. Tanos was forced further and further into the defensive. In his distress, Tanos saw himself with only one remaining option. He took the stones of finitude and stuffed them into his mouth. Tanos was bathed in an unnatural light, with flames rising from his eyes. He grew and grew as his muscles swelled and his body deformed. This discharge hurled the stones of finitude away yet again and scattered them in all directions. In his new form, Tanos was now significantly stronger than the inexperienced Gorge, and with one mighty blow, the mutation hurled the Dungeon Lord in training to the side. Then the creature turned towards Thalya. Its eyes began to flash. Destructive laser beams, yes, that's really what it says here, shot out of its eyes toward the Dark Elf to destroy her. But this was the moment for heroes, and so Tristan pushed his stepsister Thalya aside, out of the line of fire. So now, instead of Thalya, Tristan was scorched by Tanos' laser eyes. Thalya had no time to check on her stepbrother, but fled as fast as she could. Tanos had fully unleashed the Gauntlet's power, transforming into a giant monster that was definitely not green for trademark reasons. High energy light shot from his eyes, melting everything in its path.
The goddess of light has blessed me. The cleansing light of my eyes will burn all evil from the face of the earth.
Times I killed the goddess! She can't bless anyone anymore!
And even under the earth you are not safe, you despicable creatures.
Tanos' laser eyes carved a hole in the ground that stretched down into the depths of the dungeon. If these lasers were to hit the dungeon heart, it would be the end of the absolute evil. Meanwhile, in the underground, Thalya had other things she considered important.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna make some hackneyed crack about women and mirrors now, you miserable chauvinist. The fact is, that thing gives me a break.
The laser eyes were leaving a trail of devastation through the dungeon. But in the middle of their path, by pure chance, of course, stood Thalya's mirror.
Ah! What devilry! Thalya, you vile thing! You are truly the most evil spawn that ever existed! Just wait until my eyes have recovered. Then My cleansing gaze will burn you to ashes!
That Tanos is such a miserable jerk. He doesn't even notice when he puts himself out of action. I mean, that was my ingenious plan all along, of course. Unfortunately, my mirror also broke in the process. Where am I going to get a new one now?
Thalya and the Absolute Evil had nothing to counter Tanos' gigantic laser eyes at the moment. Both agreed that a strategic withdrawal from these lands was the wisest choice for the time being.
So, well, if that's what the narrator says, then that's probably what happened, right? But fine, for now it probably really makes sense to get the hell out of Dodge. Forward, creatures! Line up in rows of 2. Hold the creature next to you by the hand, and then run away in panic!
While Thalya gazed sadly at the remains of the mirror, the Council of Little Snots suddenly spoke up out of nowhere. It just so happened that they had just bought a huge stock of leftover mirrors, but since they all wore robes, where you could barely make out their faces, they didn't have any use for them. However, the Council of Little Snots was planning a huge feast called Thanks Gobbler. In exchange for some of those delicious birds, the council was more than willing to provide one of its mirrors.
Can't they just send us the mirror anyway? Oh, but fine. Forwards! Move it! Feed the gobblers! Raise them! Give them food! Spiked with hormones and medicine! Wait, why am I even laughing?
Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. Ding dong! It's payday! The proper resources lacking evil sent an empty-handed messenger to the Council of Little Snots. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. A few of Tanos' more fanatical followers were not frightened by their leader's monstrosity, but rather encouraged. They gleefully rushed into the dungeon to attack it. Your little snots have dug up a spider. The resourceless evil sent a partial shipment of nothing off to the Council of Little Snots.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
My eyesight will soon return, Thalya. Then it will be time to look deep into my eyes.
The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment off to the Council of Little Snots. Payday! Your little snots have dug up a spider. Your enemies are in the dungeon. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
My vision has cleared again. Time for some purifying fire. Look me in the eyes!
Tanos' eyes had calmed down again, and once more lasers shot out, burning through the underground. The Council of Little Snots was more than pleased with the many delicious gobblers the farm-owning evil had sent them. Grateful for its delivery, the Council of Little Snots sent the reflectionless evil a shiny new mirror.
Splendid! This will help us stop Tanos. At least once.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A room in the dungeon was slowly being destroyed by Tanos' laser eyes.
Ah! My eyes! Thalya! You vile creature! Dare to oppose the light! Good will always win!
Although the mirror had once again stopped Tanos, it again broke under the strain.
Oops. Now that's a little suboptimal. Does this mean I have to rely on that Council of Little Snots advice again?
The Council of Little Snots was known for its ascetic and philosophical lifestyle. It was now pursuing the question of whether money really did not stink. A few gold coins would certainly be helpful in this regard. In return, they could part with one of their mirrors. You've dug into a spider room. Your little snots have dug up a spider.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
Cannot see the world, I can still feel the creeping fear that is spreading through the underground there. Thalya, surrender now and beg forgiveness.
Oh, of course I beg forgiveness. I beg forgiveness for not putting your head on a freaking spear again.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Tanos' gaze was no longer clouded. Lasers shot out of his eyes and burned their way through the dungeon.
It's payday.
The Council of Little Snots was extremely grateful for all the gold. Not only would this allow philosophical questions to be clarified, but also secret bank accounts to be filled. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the glamorous Evil's dungeon. Tanos' laser eyes hit a room in the dungeon and began to vaporize it.
Ah! My eyes!
The Council of Little Snots was preparing for the so-called Feast of the Round Bellies. The only thing still missing were a few gobblers for the celebration. A mirror beckoned in return. The Feast of Round Bellies could now finally be celebrated, thanks to the generous donation of gobblers. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the dungeon.
But I have my eye drops here somewhere, and then we'll have a little talk, Thalya.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Evil's army reached a destroyed bridge, once known as the Bridge of Death, before countless swallows of unknown origin landed on it. Perhaps the nearby hero camp held an alternative way to cross the gorge. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
My eyesight will soon return, Thalya. Then it will be time to look into my eyes.
day? The invading evil's armies had captured a city belonging to Tanos' fanatical followers. A mysterious portal lay within. Tanos' eyes had cleared, and again they burned through the underground.
Treason! I have been blinded! Thalya, you vile scum! How dare you resist?
The Council of Little Snots wanted some blight for their soon-to-be-held Halloween party to give it that authentic, putrid smell. In return, they would be only too happy to send the absolute evil one of their mirrors. The happily sending its creatures through weird portals, Evil had successfully used a teleportation portal and thus managed to lead its creatures across the gorge. dong! It's payday! Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Thalya, you will have to account for your actions. Once I have purified you, then you can face the goddess herself and ask for forgiveness. I can no longer forgive you.
Oh, the things you worry about, you crazy old man. I'm just picking out the right spear for your friggin' head. Maybe this one.
A gold vein is almost exhausted. Musty smells wafted up the Council of Little Snot's noses as they took delivery of the fresh, or not so fresh, blight from the musty evil. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the glamorous evil's dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Payday!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Tanos' gaze was no longer clouded. Lasers shot out of his eyes and burned their way through the dungeon.
My eyes!
The Council of Little Snots felt not only mystical, but also magical. However, insomuch as the council members were as magical as moldy bread, they wished for some mana in exchange for a mirror.
Ah! My eyes! I hate this. All I want is to be able to see again and burn my cursed foster daughter. Is that too much to ask?
Your army has just decreased in size due to deaths. payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
My eyes are getting used to this darkness. I can sense the enemy in my surroundings. I'm going to... Out! Ah! I stumped my foot, damn it!
Ding dong! It's payday! Tanos' eyes had cleared, and again they burned through the underground. The conquering evil had destroyed a second base full of Tanos' fanatics. Its troops were able to use the portal there to cross the Gorge again. The resource-generating evil sent a shipment off to the Council of Little Snots. The proper resources-lacking evil sent an empty-handed messenger to the Council of Little Snots.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment off to the Council of Little Snots. The Council of Little Snots looked happy and magical as balls of mana were tossed around like volleyballs. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the dungeon.
I have been blinded! Fire scum! How dare you resist!
The Council of Little Snots had had enough of snow castles melting on them. Now instead, a fort was to be built from toolboxes that would hold up well. In exchange for some of those toolboxes, the Council of Little Snots would be only too happy to part with one of its mirrors.
My eyesight! I need my eyes again so that I can burn the heretics! Ah!
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Enemies are in the dungeon. You've dug into a spider room.
It's payday.
Despicable wretch! I'm going to cut off each and every limb of your body, one by one, once I can use my laser eyes again.
Him.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Thalya and the Absolute Evil had finally reached the evacuation point for their tactical retreat.
Phew, that was really something. We urgently need a way to stop Tanos again. I still have that sharp-pointed spear, just pining for Tanos' head.
To be able to stop Tanos again, it would probably be necessary to reassemble the Gauntlet of Finitude. However, the stones that filled the gauntlet were scattered in all directions. It would take some time to round them all up.
Of course. Nothing in this stupid dungeon series is ever easy. Any sensible person would think to themselves, boom, let's just beat the crap out of him and that's it. But no, I have to go through the countryside and collect some stupid stones. Okay, fine. Let's get this over with so I can get back to the point where I put Tanos' head on a spear.
Thalya and the Gasping Evil had narrowly escaped Tanos, but it was only a matter of time before the latter would track them down. It was therefore imperative that they reassemble the Gauntlet of Finitude in order to be able to face Tanos. By a stroke of luck, 3 of the stones appeared to be nearby.
3 stones, because all good things come in 3s. How subtle. But fine with me. Then we'll have this chapter behind us in no time. Shouldn't be a problem.
But fate sometimes plays its little games, so it was not surprising that another party was also looking for the stones.
Oi! Get a move on, lads! Get the drill ready! We need to find those stones before the Dark Elf wench shows up.
Her again? I thought we took care of her about 10 levels ago. But hey, kicking some of those damn dwarves in the butt every now and then is refreshing too.
It was doubtful how successful the dwarves' digging would be, but there was no question that the drill would cause havoc in the dungeon. It would very likely wake up unwelcome critters sleeping in the underground. But the walkthrough studying evil's real target were the 3 stones of finitude. These had to be captured before the dwarves managed to do so.
Okay, all right, I can work that all in. And by that, I mean I'll put the little snots and the creatures to work. Get a move on, you lazy bums!
Your little snots have dug up a spider.
Elf brat is starting to get on my nerves. Off you go, lads. Crush the wench and her vermin.
is that infernal noise? And why are the walls shaking? Oh, right, that giant drill thingy. I knew there was something. Oh, that's disgusting.
Oi! That thing packs quite a punch. Not bad. We should be able to find those stones right quickly with that. And maybe we'll find the heart of the mountain, some mithril, or something like that in the process. Professionals, just once. Off you go, lads. Send that dark elf bitch and her rebel back to... Yeah, whatever. As long as you finally finish them off.
The dungeon heart is being attacked. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon.
Thing shut down? It just got a little warm. All right, lads, turn on the damn water pumps to cool it down.
This prototype has its teething problems. Nothing unusual there. It would take a while before it was operational again. The Press for Time Evil would probably know how to put this break to good use. However, a drill of this size had to be cooled in order to function continuously. A couple of nearby pumps seemed to be looking after that. If something were to happen to one of these pumps, it would certainly put the drill out of action for a while.
Oi! That's why we have to make sure that nothing happens to the ice cube machines. Look after it, lads!
As if a few scruffy-bearded bums could stop me. Forward, creatures! Weapons at the ready! Knock down dwarves and put those cooling pumps on ice. Those dwarves seem pretty rusty to me. Pathetic.
Oi! Never! Come on, lads! I want to see some real dwarves at work here. Smack that cud-chewing wee cow right in the gob!
cooling pumps had been destroyed. Now it would take much longer before the drill was ready for use again. The self-satisfied evil patted itself on its imaginary shoulder.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Ding dong! It's payday! A construction crew set out to rebuild the destroyed hero buildings. Your army has just decreased in size due to death.
No! I'll be back.
The Finitude Drill once again started to shake up the underground. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon.
I'm back! Can you believe that others need 3 days for something? Ah! More wall-destroying critters are burrowing through the underground. Yuck!
Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. The Finitude Drill had to be shut down due to overheating. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Ding dong, it's payday.
Wouldn't it be lovely to work with professionals just once? Off you go, lads, and send that dark elf bitch and her rabble back to... whatever, as long as you finally finish them off.
The dungeon-digging evil had discovered an artifact. The bonus-grabbing evil had stored an artifact in order to unleash its power. A construction crew set out to restore the shattered hero buildings. getting their pay. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Once again, the drill began its work, filling the dungeon with unpleasant vibrations. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon. Dug through the underground and destroyed walls in the dungeon. Oh. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon. A gold vein is almost exhausted. A gold vein has been mined out. The Finitude Drill overheated too much and shut down. Thalya and the researching evil had found another entrance to the underground. Where this one might lead... A construction crew was on its way to rebuild the destroyed hero structures. poachers are collecting their pay. payday. Little snots bowled wildly through the area as the dwarven drill resumed its work. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon.
Destroying critters are burrowing through the underground. Yuck.
Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way.
Hey, Brynhild! Looks to me like your dwarves are dying off pretty quickly.
Oi! Leave off with the dark quips. Once I get my hands on you, you won't be so cheeky no more. For sure, because I'm gonna wring your scrawny neck.
The Finitude Drill had to be shut down. The dungeon walls stopped shaking. The spoiled offspring of a wealthy noble family ventured into the loveless evil's territory in search of disgusting love. This was unlikely to work out well for this Romeo. Payday. Your demonic portal is under attack. A construction crew set out to restore the shattered hero buildings.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ahoy, lad! Watch this! Are you just going to let yourself be slapped around there? Put some effort into it! More oomph, and off you go!
again, the drill began its work, filling the dungeon with unpleasant vibrations. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon.
I huffed, and I puffed, and I... Oh, damn. No, I've choked on my own spit.
Hi! That's what you get now. I will pull your ears. Oh, wait. Someone already did that. Ha ha!
Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon. A construction crew was on its way to repair and rebuild the destroyed hero structures. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The Finitude Drill overheated too much and shut down.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Your vein is nearly exhausted.
It's payday.
destroy them behind your backs? 1. Stop that vermin! We only have 1 damn pump left. If that goes down the drain too, then it's line up and blow real hard. Be kidding me! Put your backs into it!
That was all of those damn pumps then. Hopefully it will be a very long time before the damn drill starts up again. Forward, creatures! Time to seize the stones.
Oi, lads! I warned ya! From now on, you're going to be blowing to cool the thing down!
Oh, oh, oh.
It's payday.
A new grandiose evil had found the first stone of finitude.
Excellent. Are we done here then? That was it, right?
Oi! Give me that back! It doesn't belong to you! And neither do the other 2 still lying around here.
To hell with that. Oh, wait, 2 more. Oops. I guess I didn't really pay attention to the narrator's lulling voice. But no problem. I'll grab them too, before that stupid dwarf has something to say about it.
Greystone was known for its extreme hardness. The reluctant to research evil's little snots would need better tools before they could dig it out. the dungeon-digging evil had discovered an artifact.
Oi! Slow down there, girlie. That stuff is bloody expensive to rebuild.
Ha! That's the whole point. If it was cheap, it would only be half the fun.
Royal Herald sped through the countryside in a carriage. Stopping him would no doubt bring in quite a bit of evilness.
Oi, lads, you're truly pathetic. When I tell your wives back home about this, you'll get a right proper telling off. Come on! Let's show them who we really are!
Oh, a couple of drunks and alcoholics.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. A construction crew was on its way to rebuild the destroyed hero structures. Payday! Your demonic portal is under attack. You've dug into a spider rune. Your little snots have dug up a spider. And the rock-collecting evil had found another stone of finitude, and now had two. Another stone should be found around here somewhere.
And that's number 2. Hey, Brynhild, are you even trying to get one of the stones too? Or are you just lying under the table drunk again?
When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna wring your neck! The last stone is mine! Just like the other 2 you stole from me!
The geographically savvy evil had procured the necessary tools. The little snots joyfully set about mining the grey stone they had found. A new area has been unearthed. Thalya had discovered a dwarven stronghold. If this were to be destroyed, it would greatly weaken the heroes in the area. In addition, the stone was also very close by.
Oh, cheers to ye for finding me my favourite pub! But now, ye can just run off and die. That'll be best for all concerned.
Oh, to hell with that. Go on, creatures, trash the pub, water their beer, and pull their beards out by the roots.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Payday! The dungeon walls began to shake. The Finitude Drill was back in action. A construction crew set out to restore the shattered hero buildings.
Your throne room is under attack.
Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon. Critters, spooked by the drill, burrowed through the underground. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling.
Boy, wouldn't it be lovely to work with professionals just once? Off you go, lads, and send that dark elf bitch and her rabble back to... yeah, whatever, as long as you finally finish them off.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The Finitude Drill had to be shut down due to overheating. Your demonic portal is under attack. Disturbed by the dwarves' constant drilling, a few of the underground's critters had dug their way into the dungeon.
It's payday.
A construction crew set out to rebuild the destroyed hero buildings.
discovered a third stone of finitude.
Ha! I finally found all of the hogwash. Stones of finitude. So now I've got it. With all this searching, you kind of lose track of the big picture.
Oi! Those are my stones, lass! I need them to support Tanos. Give them to me.
Like how? They're all mine. Now, I'm going to get the others too, and you're going to look stupid as hell. Meanwhile, you just keep playing with your stupid nose picker or whatever that thing is supposed to be.
With these uplifting words, Thalya made a hasty exit in search of the next stone of finitude.
Ooh, nice volcano, great view. Makes you feel right at home. What's this thing called again? Doom Hill? Kind of disappointing. Not enough for a mountain,
While Thalya was admiring the surroundings, the fourth stone of finitude was nearby, in the middle of an enchanting clearing.
Wow, that's just too easy. Oh, crap. You can't say something like that.
Indeed, out of nowhere, mysterious beings appeared and broke the stone into 3 fragments, which they then carried away just to make things interesting.
Great. I just had to say it. Okay. It's my fault. Hopefully we can put that thing back together. I'm sure I still have a tube of all-purpose glue lying around here somewhere.
The fire of Doom Hill's volcano could be used to fuse the stone fragments back together. But in order to do so, those stone-stealing lava lumps would first have to be defeated.
All right. We're actually quite well versed in smashing things to bits. Onward, creatures! Smash those lava lumps, collect the fragments, and paint moustaches on their face. Wait. I mean, take them to the volcano.
The volcano seemed to radiate more and more heat. It was only a matter of time until it broke out. The heat was torture for the moderate temperature-loving evil's creatures. The hotter it got, the more the heat would damage its armies. The exploratory evil had ventured onto the surface. This spooked some of Tanos' fanatical followers nearby, who immediately... The frosty evil's creatures had discovered a charm or relic. This protected rooms and creatures against excessive heat within its area of effect. For instance, like the heat from a volcano.
Wonderful! We should keep that thing at my place. Then the first thing I'd do is take a nice cool foot bath. Or we could just protect these insignificant creatures.
the temperature inside the volcano rose unceasingly. For the icy evil's creatures, this was a painful development.
The nerve! How are we supposed to slay heroes in these temperatures? Oh, phew. I demand a little snot with a fan.
But fortunately, a magical artifact was supposed to be located somewhere nearby. The so-called chameleon artifact. This would safeguard the bearer against too powerful heat.
Just the thing I need. Forward, creatures! Find that artifact, dig it up, and bring me an ice cream on the way back.
And the thirsting for cold evil's creatures had discovered a Charminor relic. Payday! One of your little snots dug into a lava lump. The Doom Hill volcano erupted, spewing rocks and lava throughout the area. Any creatures eventually out on the overworld would probably not fare well now. As if that were not enough, the vibrations also roused some lava lumps in the underground. A construction crew was on its way to rebuild the destroyed hero structures. The volcano's eruption was no walk in the park for the nearby heroes either. Losses were to be expected.
Now that's the way I like it. Now someone should play Ring of Lava or whatever that song is called again.
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
The air in the volcano once again became hotter and more stifling. Doom Hill volcano erupted yet again. Incandescent lava rained from the sky. Ding dong, it's payday.
I'm a peasant, and this is the longest day of my life.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The volcano once again began to build up heat. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Payday! The chill from the Charmanor relic was too much for a lava lump. A group of careless heroes marched listlessly through the countryside. Intercepting them would yield a fair amount of evilness. Enemies are in the dungeon. Once again, the volcano erupted and covered the area with lava.
Your throne room is under attack. Your throne room is under attack.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. spiders are eating your gobblers. Ding dong, it's payday. The air in the volcano once again became hotter and more stifling. A gold vein has been mined out. Ding dong, it's payday. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. The Tenny Trouble Express for kiddies was on its way. Would it really be evil to destroy it? Questionable. But still it would bring in some evilness. The Doomhill volcano erupted yet again. Incandescent lava rained from the sky. A hero was overwhelmed by the volcano's pyroclastic fury. A lava lump died due to the chill from a Charmanor relic. A gold vein has been mined out. Once again, heat was building up in the volcano. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. The ice-cold evil's armies had discovered the Camelot artifact. Its use made the heat of the volcano bearable everywhere.
Finally, give me that thing. I'll slip it into my footpath right away. Ah. A certain Lord Stark was on his way to a merry wood-chopping contest in the capital. Intercepting him would probably yield a fair amount of evilness. The dungeon heart is being attacked. A gold vein has been mined out. A construction crew set out to restore the shattered hero buildings. Once again, the volcano erupted and covered the area with lava.
One of your creatures suffered too much heat. Payday! The volcano once again began to build up heat. A construction crew was on its way to rebuild the destroyed hero structures. Payday! A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. The Doom Hill volcano erupted yet again. Incandescent lava rained from the sky. payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The air in the volcano once again became hotter and more stifling. A shipment of chandeliers was passing through the area with an unbearable dazzle. The lightless evil would soon plunge that shipment into lava lumps rose to guard the stone fragment.
their lava asses good and proper. Assuming they have an anatomical equivalent. But fine, let's take the fragment to the volcano and melt it down.
Thalya had captured a fragment. A little hands-on help from the stuff-pushing evil's army allowed it to be brought to the volcano. However, it could be assumed that the lava lumps would not give in so easily. Once again, the volcano erupted and covered the area with lava. A number of lava lumps appeared to take the stone fragment back from the blindsided evil's army. A hero could no longer withstand the volcanic flames.
Excellent! Getting that stone fragment to the volcano was a breeze. Okay, everything is easier when you have an army. Onward, maggots! Get the next stone fragment. And somebody refill my cocktail glass.
Enemies are in the dungeon. The chill from the Charmanor relic was too much for a lava lump. One of your little snots dug into a lava lump. The volcano once again began to build up heat. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Ding dong! It's payday! An alternative artist's obnoxiously colored carriage rolled along a nearby road. The ultimate evil would soon repaint his works in blood red. A construction crew set out to rebuild the destroyed hero buildings. A gold vein is almost exhausted. The Doom Hill volcano erupted yet again. Incandescent lava rained from the sky. A number of lava lumps were upset at the thought of their stone fragment being stolen. Thalya had captured a second stone fragment. This could now be taken to Doom Hill. Lava lumps rose to recapture the stone fragment. A hero was overwhelmed by the volcano's pyroclastic fury. A gold vein has been mined out. It's payday. A few lava lumps set out to recapture the stone fragment. Once again, heat was building up in the volcano. Lava lumps rose to recapture the stone fragment. Enemies are in the dungeon. The carting stone about evil's armies had brought another fragment to Doom Hill.
It's payday.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Lava lumps rose to protect their stone fragment. Thalya had captured the last stone fragment. All that remained was for it to be taken to Doom Hill. A few lava lumps set out to recapture the stone fragment. Once again, the volcano erupted and covered the area with lava. An alternative artist's obnoxiously colored carriage rolled along a nearby road. The ultimate evil would soon repaint his works in blood red. A third stone fragment had reached Doom Hill. Thalya and the collectible-crazed evil had done it. All the stone fragments were now in their possession.
Great! Now let's melt this mother down and make ourselves a fancy stone. My precious. Or better said, my stone.
Those were my first words after the doctor took out my gallstones. But we digress. Thalya and the rock-collecting evil had captured the fourth stone of Finitude. Now they only had to find one more stone before they could reassemble the gauntlet of Finitude.
Time to get my wee machine going here and get me that last trinket before that dark elf lass grabs it.
That stupid dwarf again. This is slowly turning into a running non-gag. But okay, well, let's cut it short. These incredibly long intro and outro sequences are going to drive people crazy. Narrator, what do I have to do?
Now that's such a direct question. Thalya had to reach the Stone of Finitude before the Dwarf Queen could grab it. The latter had procured a modern mining machine.
Oi! What's wrong now? What's wrong with the damn thing now? Hello? Maintenance? The drill isn't working. What? Yeah! I already tried turning it off and on, you jokers! Oh, wait a minute. I was wrong. It was just the plug that was loose. Someone must have unplugged it while cleaning. Okay, not another word about it. Let's move on.
Well, you see, the dwarves had a powerful drill. Now, where were we?
Okay, all right. I think I know what to do. We dig out the stone. Consider it done.
I'm getting the feeling you're out to take my job right now.
Let's go, creatures. Get those pickaxes ready. Dig your way to the stone and refill my cocktail glass.
The horrible evil's smartest little snots had got together and determined the fastest way to the Stone of Finitude. However, it led through both stone and greystone, which necessitated some important little snot research. Your little snots have dug up a spider.
Creeping out of the underground, lads. Grab your axes and go split some skulls.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The dwarves' drill had already travelled a quarter of the way to the Stone of Finitude. Payday. The drill's energy dropped to an alarmingly low level. With so little energy, it made very, very slow progress.
What's wrong with this thing now? We're out of bloody energy? Lads, did one of you unplug the charging cord from my drill so you could charge a damn radio? Oi! I need an energy shipment here, lads. And I mean, as of yesterday. So get your arses in gear!
While that stupid dwarf bitch is busy whining, we can just head on over and pick up the Stone of Finitude. Forward, creatures! Dig those rocks, dig those tunnels, and collect dwarf beards as trophies.
Ding dong, it's payday.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
energy resupply, lads. This great bloody drill is lay fitted with a hand crank.
Stupid race. It would be much easier if we just went over to the dwarves, punched them in the head, and then stood over them.
One of the energy shipments burst under the blows of the Absolute Evil's creatures. It would never reach the drill now.
Oi! What is this crap? Hands off my shipments, lass. Otherwise I'll slap the tar out of you and use your ears for pendants.
Heyday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Another energy shipment set out on its way to fill the drill.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
Payday!
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. A gold vein has been mined out.
Oi! Can't that drill speed up a bit? I'm getting the feeling that things would go faster if I went at the rock with my teeth.
Another energy shipment set out on its way to fill the drill. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill. The digging evil had dug up some dwarves. These protected an ancient relic of the recently deceased Dwarf King Rune. If Thalya and the experimenting evil got their hands on it, they could use it to briefly make the underground visible.
That sounds incredibly practical. I hope we can take that thing with us into the next missions when we're done.
Unfortunately, it was impossible to move because it was powered by dark matter, which was so heavy that no one could lift it.
That was clear. Whatever. Onward, creatures! Beat the dwarves to a pulp! Grab that thing and read the user manual so I don't have to.
The dwarven relic from King Grimwald was now in the clutches of Thalya and the conscienceless evil. From now on, it would be possible for them to lift the veil of darkness in the dungeon for a short time. creatures are collecting their pay. Another energy shipment set out on its way to fill the drill. The exposing evil used the ancient dwarven relic and made an area of the underground visible. Who knows what might lie hidden there? Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill. payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Come on, come on, come on! We can't let a few stubby-legged dwarves snatch the stone of finitude out from under us. Onward, you lazy little snots! Ignore your needs and... Oh, wait. Little snots don't even have needs. Whoops.
Another energy shipment set out on its way to fill the drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
It's payday.
Another energy shipment set out on its way to fill the drill. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
It's payday.
Your little snots have dug up a spider. The glorious evil had used research to improve its little snot's tools. These could now effortlessly dig through stone and rock. The clever evil had already improved his little snot's tools so that they could dig through the rock almost effortlessly. Splendid. enemies.
Stupid race. It would be much easier if we just went over to the dwarves, punched them in the head, and then stood over them.
Heroes are helping themselves to your treasury.
Several energy shipments set out to fill the drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
Bye-bye, baby!
Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
The researching evil had improved the little snot's tools. Henceforth, they would even be able to dig through greystone. Several energy shipments set out to fill the drill. Payday. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
Come on, come on, come on! We can't let a few stubby-legged dwarves snatch the stone of finitude out from under us. Onward, you lazy little snots! Ignore your needs and... Oh, wait. Little snots don't even have needs. Oops.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
A gold vein has been mined out. Several energy shipments set out to fill the drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven Drill.
It's payday.
The Seeking Evil had revealed an area in the dungeon with the Dwarven relic. Your little snots have dug up a spider. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Your little snots have dug up a spider. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon. The glorious evil had used research to improve its little snot's tools. Greystone would no longer pose a problem. An artifact had been stored and was now manifesting its powers. payday. Several energy shipments set out to fill the drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven drill. Another energy shipment was destroyed on its way to the Dwarven drill. The Dwarven relic lifted the fog of war. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
Oi! Can't that drill speed up a bit? I'm getting the feeling that things would go faster if I went at the rock with my teeth.
There we have it. Finally, I have seen all 7 dragon nonsense. 5 infinity stones of finitude.
Psst, we don't want to get sued again. Anyway, Thalya and the Happy Evil now had all 5 stones of finitude. This brought them one big colossal step closer to Tanos' destruction.
Exactly. Now we just quickly insert them into the gauntlet and then we can get this show started. Oh, somehow I lost the spear I was going to put Tanos' head on along the way. Oh well, but I think I'll just make a new one. How did I get here? What are we doing here? I thought we were just going to put the stones in the gauntlet.
Thalya and the stone-snatching evil had all 5 stones of finitude together. For these to be mounted into the gauntlet of finitude, they would first have to be inserted into the ritual rune sockets of finitude.
What? What's this bullshit? Tristan just inserted the damn things into the gauntlet?
No, you just didn't see that sequence. It happened off screen.
The hell he did! I watched him do it myself. Okay, I suppose there's no way I can get out of this. And did I hear you correctly earlier when you said part 1?
Each of the stones had to be taken to its corresponding rune socket. Thalya and the not getting wound up about artificially prolonged game time evil set to work.
Well, I'm sure as hell pissed off about this lousy plot twist. It almost looks like someone wanted to get a few more levels in just because there were 20 missions in Dungeons 3. And now, just because someone is afraid of a few bad reviews, I have to put in an extra shift. Well, thanks a lot, you out there. But hey, what the hell? Let's get going. Show the gormless developers that we can jump through a few extra hoops on top of everything else. Onward, creatures! Find those rune sockets. Get the normal stones, the non-rune stones there, and let's finally put this freaking thing to bed!
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Clattering Evil's creatures had ventured onto the overworld, attracting the attention of a few scattered heroes. With renewed vigor and finally a target, they attacked the dungeon. One of your creatures has died. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Tanos' fanatical fighters grew stronger and stronger. In order to defeat them, the leveling evil's creatures had to become even stronger.
Easy for you to say. Someone capped the maximum level at 10. The nerve!
This was only partially correct. Actually, the demonic Vault of Might offered the ability to raise the maximum level. The secretly leveling its creatures above the maximum level evil immediately tried it out.
Oh, yeah, you can bet your sweet Bippy we're going to try that out. How come you only tell us something like that right before the end, just when the final battle is practically about to begin?
It's called an arc of suspense.
A couple more of your little catchphrases, and I'll suspend you over a gorge. But whatever. Hop to it, little snots. Make some space for a Vault of Might. Ha 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 ha!
Sniffing around the underground evil's creatures had discovered one of the rune chambers, in the center of which was one of the rune sockets. Using the Hand of Terror made placing the stone there child's play.
Rune chambers, rune sockets, non-rune stones. Oh, creativity must have gone into overtime there, huh?
The frantically button-pushing evil could now place the first stone of finitude in a rune socket and unleash its powers. A stone once placed could no longer be removed.
Okay, so it's important to pick the exact bonus we need most right now. Phew, strategic decision. I'm more of a head-through-the-wall person myself. Well, so, just the first thing that comes to mind, and on we go.
The first stone of finitude was placed and began to shine in the base of the rune socket.
Wonderful, then let's move on. I still have something important to do.
Why? Do you have another appointment?
You betcha. Hello? Tanos, head, spear, ring any bells?
The fantastic Stone of Experience was now ready for use. The wise evil could use it to have its creatures level up even faster. A gold vein has been mined out. This Stone of Finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
A shipment of urgently needed supplies had taken a desperate shortcut, which came out very close to the dungeon. More or less evilness delivered right to the door free of charge. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
It's payday.
The experienced Stone of Finitude allowed the curious evil's creatures to gain experience more quickly than ever. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The spoiled offspring of a wealthy noble family ventured into the loveless evil's territory in search of disgusting love. This was unlikely to work out well for this Romeo.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday. The Experience Stone of Finitude allowed the most literate Evil's creatures to gain even more experience. The Experience Stone of Finitude allowed the curious Evil's creatures to gain experience more quickly than ever. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. You've dug into a spider room. And the Digging Evil's creatures had discovered another rune chamber in the underground. The second stone of Finitude had been placed. Only 3 more stones waited to take their proper place. The Stone of Damage was now in the Damaging Evil's arsenal and could be used to strengthen its creatures. A gold vein is almost exhausted. The power of this Stone of Finitude strengthened all of the creature's attacking power. A gold vein has been mined out. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. This Stone of Finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. Your army has just decreased in size due to death.
It's payday.
An artifact was this. The experienced Stone of Finitude allowed the most literate Evil's creatures to gain even more experience. A sad little shipment had strayed into the lands of absolute evil. Destroying this would certainly generate quite a bit of evilness.
day.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A construction crew set out to rebuild the destroyed hero buildings. The gain and experience of all creatures was significantly increased by the Stone of Finitude. The power of this Stone of Finitude strengthened the injurious evil's creatures and imbued their blows with more oomph.
Back.
Your throne room is under attack.
Oh, I've been resurrected. Thank you.
It's payday.
This stone of finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Another rune chamber has been discovered. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened all of the creature's attacking power. A group of adventurers had met shortly before in a tavern and were now on their way to their first adventure, but they were not aware of the horrible evils near the third stone of finitude was placed. 2 more stones needed to be placed. The stone of health manifested its power to the healing evil. From now on, it could cheerfully have its creatures regenerate. The power of this stone of finitude allowed all creatures to slowly regenerate over time. The experienced stone of finitude allowed the curious evil's creatures to gain experience more quickly than ever. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened the strike force of the attacking evil's creatures. payday. The experienced Stone of Finitude allowed the most literate evil's creatures to gain even more experience. The power of this Stone of Finitude strengthened all of the creatures' attacking power. The power of this Stone of Finitude allowed the healing evil's creatures to slowly regenerate over time. The power of this Stone of Finitude strengthened the injurious evil's creatures and imbued their blows with more oomph. A gold vein is almost exhausted. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
It's payday.
Enemies are in the dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. By an amazing coincidence, the humanitarian community of altruists collection was passing very close by the dungeon. Stopping it would generate quite a bit of evilness. Once again, the willing to waste its general evil let Thalya die. Enemies are in the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Ha! Death cannot stop me.
A construction crew set out to restore the shattered hero buildings. It's payday.
Your throne room is under attack.
The power of this stone of finitude strengthened the strike force of the attacking evil's creatures. This stone of finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened all of the creatures' attacking power. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened the injurious evil's creatures and imbued their blows with more oomph. Enemies are in the dungeon.
It's payday.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. You've dug into a spider room. Your little snots have dug up a spider. payday. By an amazing coincidence, the humanitarian community of altruists collection was passing very close by the dungeon. Stopping it would generate quite a bit of evilness. You have discovered an artifact. You've dug into a spider room. You've dug into a spider room.
There are enemies in your dungeon. Your throne room is under attack.
Your little snots have discovered an artifact. The Digging Evil's creatures had discovered another rune chamber in the underground. The fourth stone of Finitude was in place. Only one more stone had to be placed before the gauntlet could be charged.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, could be charged?
I think it's better if you just wait and see.
Ah, that does not bode well.
The Stone of Efficiency was now at the effective evil's disposal. From now on, its runes would be able to work much more effectively. And another rune chamber has been discovered. The fifth stone was placed in the corresponding rune socket. The ritual could begin.
I knew it! Not only have I now wasted so much time dragging these damn stones around everywhere, no! Naturally, this nonsense is just going to keep going on forever! Let me guess what the next mission's about.
Well, of course, it could well be that there were heroes who would try to disrupt the ritual. A certain dwarf queen somehow comes to mind.
Oh, of course, that makes sense. If you have to buy yourself some more game time somewhere, then you might as well do it right. The keyboard torturing hack cobbling this story together better hope I never get my hands on him. Oh, okay. So now we've wasted time putting the Stones of Finitude into the rune sockets of Finitude. So what's next? Move the rune sockets somewhere and use them to form the stone circle of Finitude.
Thalya could hardly wait to embark on the ritual and infuse the stones with power. But in fact, just saying the secret magic word Xylopylo was enough to start the ritual.
Yeah, sure. I say Xylopylo, and then you'll say something stupid, like in that previous mission, the Ascent, with the flabery dicks or whatever it was.
And so Thalya set the ritual in motion.
Hey, wait a minute, what the hell? I'm not even prepared yet. My dungeon from the previous map suddenly disappeared. I'm starting from scratch here.
Thalya was not yet fully aware of the consequences of the ritual. She probably thought she would be charging the Gauntlet of Finitude, but in fact, the genius evil was following a different plan.
I beg your pardon? Why am I only being told this now? And this genius evil you're talking about, that little rugrat over there, fervently stuffing a booger in his mouth.
If you wouldn't keep interrupting me, these long intro sequences would be much shorter. Look, it's quite simple. Take good care of the stones so they don't get broken. Unfortunately, someone has also informed the dwarf Queen Brynhild that you are here and she is now on her way to you.
Probably one of those blabbermouth developers for suspense and stuff. Forward, creatures! Make ready! Build traps and rooms and bring me more sharpened spears for my meeting with those damn developers later.
The power of this stone of finitude lent all creatures the ability to slowly regenerate over time. This stone of finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster.
Wandering around the overworld. Right, lads? Kick that vermin back into the underground!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Payday!
Hey, come lads! Let's see some action down there in the dungeon. Smash that little dungeon crystal thingy or one of the rune sockets. Or at least destroy a few runes.
A construction crew set out to restore the shattered hero buildings. The power of this stone of finitude increased the gain in experience for all creatures. Thanks to this stone of finitude, all creatures were able to slowly regenerate over time. Ding dong, it's payday. Your enemies are in the dungeon. This stone of finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. The power of this stone of finitude allowed all creatures to slowly regenerate over time. The power of this stone of finitude lent all creatures the ability to slowly regenerate over time. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened all of the creatures' attacking power. The experienced stone of finitude allowed the most literate evil's creatures to gain even more experience.
those rune sockets apart! We don't want that vermin!
Gain and experience of all creatures was significantly increased by the Stone of Finitude. Thanks to this Stone of Finitude, all creatures were able to slowly regenerate over time. Ding dong! It's payday! This Stone of Finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. The power of this Stone of Finitude strengthened the injurious evil's creatures and imbued their blows with more oomph. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The power of this Stone of Finitude now allowed the regenerating evil's creatures to slowly, well, you know, regenerate. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. experienced Stone of Finitude allowed the curious evil's creatures to gain experience more quickly than ever.
Time to smash a few rune sockets! Off you go! Take care of it, lads!
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A construction crew was on its way to repair and rebuild the destroyed hero structures.
Your days are numbered. The Goddess of Light will punish you.
I already blew out the Goddess's Light in the last add-on.
This Stone of Finitude strengthens the creature's attacking power. Enemies have entered the dungeon. One of your creatures has died. The power of this Stone of Finitude allowed the healing evil's creatures to slowly regenerate over time. This Stone of Finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. One of your creatures has died.
Your throne room is under attack.
payday.
Obviously, you are unable to take care of the problem. I'll be with you soon, but until then, my subordinates will only too happy to take care of the problem. Forward, man, for the light!
Strengthened or intimidated by Tanos' words, the heroes stormed into the dungeon. They seemed to have actually received a blessing, which would at least explain the strange shimmering.
Doped or not, we're gonna wipe the floor with that handful of heroes. Forward, creatures! Hack those weapons, sharpen those traps, and polish your opponents!
This stone of finitude strengthened the attacking power of the destructive evil's creatures.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I'm back in the game.
The power of this stone of finitude increased the gain in experience for all creatures. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Thalya, you witch, despair not, my faithful. The goddess watches over you. Forward! Destroy the rune sockets!
A construction crew set out to rebuild the destroyed hero buildings. You have discovered an artifact. An artifact had been stored and was now manifesting its powers. Enemies are in the dungeon.
It's payday. Your throne room is under attack. One of your creatures is furious and is on strike. A creature has become livid with rage.
Forward, my faithful! Destroy the rune sites! The goddess sends you a blessing!
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Pete?
Oi! What the hell kind of ape show is this, damn it? Looks like it's time I took matters into my own hands and give this filth a good thrashing. Into the underground and chop up the crystal thingy.
With these well-honed words, Brynhild, the Dwarf Queen, set off for the dungeon. Enemies are in the dungeon. The Dwarf Queen, Brynhild, entered the dungeon. This might even actually prove to be a little exciting.
Oh, what's that stink down here? Time to air this place out and take out the trash.
Oh, don't worry, I'll just cut off your nose so you don't have to smell anything. And of course, by that, I mean that my creatures will take care of it. Go ahead, grab her, smack her on the schnoz, and rub fiery chili powder on her mucous membranes.
The power of this stone of finitude strengthened all of the creature's attacking power.
You scratched me there! For that, I'm gonna chop off your hair and use it to floss my teeth!
The royal herald sped through the countryside in a carriage. Stopping him would no doubt bring in quite a bit of evilness.
Did you just break my nose there? Well, wait. I'll cut your feet off and use them as pedestals for my weapon stand!
Thalya, you vile creature. Dare attack Brynhild? Not today, not this time, not again!
A portal opened in front of Brynhild, the Dwarf Queen, and transported her to safety.
What? No way! Treachery! I was just getting ready to give that dwarf the nose job I promised her earlier. Oh, you'll pay for this, Tanos.
Not this time, Thalya. Instead, a few of my faithful are going to visit your dungeon. Prepare yourself for the wrath of the light!
With an unpleasant plop, a couple of freshly rested heroes suddenly appeared in the dungeon.
I hate stupid game mechanics like this. That's cheating. But anyway, I'm going to wipe the floor with them. Okay, creatures, finish them off. Flatten them. Cut off their support socks. Ha 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 ha!
Payday. This Stone of Finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. The power of this Stone of Finitude strengthened the strike force of the attacking evil's creatures. Enemies have entered the dungeon. You have lost a creature forever. A gold vein has been mined out. Area of the dungeon has been discovered.
Your throne room is under attack.
Ding dong, it's payday.
Open! Seek golden portals of light. Send heroes into the darkness of the dungeon, that our enemies might be destroyed.
A construction crew was on its way to rebuild the destroyed hero structures.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. One of your creatures has bit the dust.
Thalya, you will pay. May you burn in hell until the end of days.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Enemies are in the dungeon.
Oh, not again.
One of your creatures has died. Your army has just decreased in size due to death.
I'm back.
A group of heroes had gotten lost on the way to their intended quest. Rubbing them out would definitely generate some evilness.
Goddess of Light, open your golden portals and deploy your valiant warriors against these abominations!
Heroes are stealing your gold. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Oh, ding dong! It's payday! A dwarven base is being expanded. Thalya had once again kicked the bucket. Thalya and the Planning Evil had completed the ritual.
Finally! Finally! Man, that crap took forever. And why the hell did we perform that stupid ritual?
Well, first off, the ritual site still needs to be cleaned, but we'll get onto that in part 3 of this mission.
Part 3? Are you freaking serious?
Just kidding, the ritual is over.
Wow, you're really dancing on a volcano. You know that? My sense of humor has now left the building. Okay, but what has this ritual brought us?
The witty evil's plan had come to full fruition. A huge, powerful field of energy arose between the rune sockets. A powerful weapon, capable of destroying even a being charged by the Stones of Finitude, such as the mutated Tanos.
Oh, I get it now. So we've set up a giant energy trap for Tanos, and now all we have to do is shove him into it. Huh, not a bad plan at all. Better than what I would have expected from those kitsch scribblers. Okay then. Off to the final battle! That spear for Tanos' head is still frightfully lonely.
Thalya, you vile creature! I will tear you and your wretched master to pieces!
In the meantime, Tanos had arrived on the battlefield and immediately pounced on Gorge, who had once again transformed into the Dungeon Lord.
Excellent! Then Tanos is exactly where we want him to be. Now we just have to push him into the energy field. Although, I wonder what that back there is.
The magic of the rune sockets of Finitude was treacherous. These had created not one, but 2 energy fields.
Okay, I get the picture. Either we slowly push Tanos into the energy field and we win, or he pushes Gorge into the energy field and we have a problem.
Well done. I see after 2 games and numerous DLCs, you're getting the hang of it.
Yes, yes. Oh, it's all so repetitive. We support Gorge with troops near him so that he can push Tanos back. And it works the same way in reverse. Forward, creatures! Support Gorge in his fight against evil masquerading as good. Crush Tanos' supporters and push Tanos back to hell where he belongs. Oops.
going better. Oh, come on, Gorgu. Do something, you dopey giant baby.
Despair not, sister. I have come here to stop Tanos and clean up the mess I have made.
Tristan? You? Here? Didn't I see you die earlier?
Sister, you must have noticed by now that you have to make a real effort to make sure that the members of this family are really dead. How many times you alone have died in the course of this campaign? Anyway, I need to get some rest. This whole scenario with evil fighting against evil is still very stressful.
Ha! You think that was it? Evil will never triumph, at least not again. Forward, all ye faithful, to me! I listened and now I know what to do. Shove that abomination into the energy field.
Damn, I should have kept my mouth shut. Oh, come on, creatures. Support Gorgu. Beat up heroes. Bring us victory.
And thus began the final battle. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. You've dug into a spider room. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Tristan was ready to enter the battle once again. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Your little snots have roused some lava lumps.
Into battle! Let us stop the evil that I created! This battle wears on both mind and body. I must rest and meditate.
Payday!
Men, comrades, the source of these vile monsters' power lies in the underground. Descend into these depths and destroy the dungeon heart.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
your support. Aid me in the fight against this vile monstrosity.
The power of this stone of finitude now allowed the regenerating evil's creatures to slowly, well, you know, regenerate. Tristan had recuperated and was once again able to assist Thalya.
This must end. I call the holy warriors. Hear the plea of one of your own. Support me in the righteous campaign of light against these heathens.
Amazingly, somewhere out there seemed to be a power that stood by Tanos, for suddenly numerous portals opened from which mystical heroes of days gone by poured forth.
Great. Now all of a sudden there are divine portals that spit out heroes. What's next? Dinosaurs with laser guns?
You should be careful about saying something like that. There's nothing those developers won't do when they're drunk. I'm looking at the script, they're probably always drunk.
All these dead! There must be another way!
Gorge urgently needed support against Tanos and his followers.
Thalya, you're not going to win. My underground allies will crush you.
Indeed, there were a few scattered dwarves in the underground who were willing to fight for Tanos. Fiercely determined, they set about attacking the dungeon. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. This stone of finitude made all creatures gain experience much faster. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened all of the creatures' attacking power. Spiders are eating your gobblers. Your little snots have dug up a spider. Payday. A dwarven base in the underground is undergoing further expansion. Several heroes tried to break through to Tanos to support him. Heroes slowly but surely push Gorge into the abyss. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. You've dug into a spider room. enemies are in the dungeon. Payday! A dwarven base is being expanded. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Heroes were on their way to support Tanos in his duel.
Father! Don't you see all the deaths you have caused here? Is that really the good you are fighting for?
Traitor, this is your doing. I am under the sword of vengeance, but the war is yours and Thalya's doing. Without you, the light would reign, and a teeny tiny little inquisition to weed out the not so zealous believers.
The power of this stone of finitude allowed all creatures to slowly regenerate over time.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A dwarven base in the underground is undergoing further expansion. The power of this stone of finitude strengthened the strike force of the attacking evil's creatures. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Several heroes tried to break through to Tanos to support him. Payday!
Heroes are helping themselves to your treasury.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Heroes reach Tanos. Together they slowly but surely beat Gorge back. Gorge urgently needed support against Tanos and his followers. You've dug into a spider room.
Defend the dungeon hut.
A gold vein is almost exhausted. A gold vein has been mined out. day. A dwarven base in the underground is undergoing further expansion.
Is all this destruction really necessary? Is there no other way to resolve this conflict?
You have chosen the side you wish to be on, son. Now reap what you have sown. This is the true evil that knows only destruction and annihilation. I, on the other hand, want to prepare room for something new with cleansing fire.
Is it really necessary to destroy the camps of these poor, confused souls?
You're the one who resurrected Tanos. To defeat him, we have to eliminate his supporters. There's no other choice. Besides, I don't have a problem with murder and manslaughter.
Heroes were on their way to support Tanos in his duel. Heroes reach Tanos. Together they slowly but surely beat Gorge back. Heroes slowly but surely push Gorge into the abyss. Dwarves continue to spread throughout the underground. Tanos was successfully driven back before Gorge could be thrust into the abyss. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Thalya! All these wounded, all these dead. How can you just accept this so easily?
Tanos raised me to be like this. It's his fault. And society's. Besides, I just love bringing death and destruction to others.
Is all this destruction really necessary? Is there no other way to resolve this conflict?
You have chosen the side you wish to be on, son. Now reap what you have sown. This is the true evil that knows only destruction and annihilation. I, on the other hand, want to prepare Rune for something new with cleansing fire.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. Several heroes tried to break through to Tanos to support him. The experienced Stone of Finitude allowed the curious evil's creatures to gain experience more quickly than ever. power of this stone of finitude strengthened the injurious evil's creatures and imbued their blows with more oomph. Payday! Heroes reached Tanos. Together they slowly but surely beat Gorge back. A gold vein is almost exhausted. A gold vein has been mined out. enemies have entered the dungeon. Ding dong, it's payday. Heroes were on their way to support Tanos in his duel. The beard-shaving evil had destroyed the dwarves in the underground. Their gate to the overworld was now available to it and its creatures. Heroes slowly but surely push Gorge into the abyss. The power of this stone of finitude now allowed the regenerating evil's creatures to slowly, well, you know, regenerate. Gorge urgently needed support against Tanos and his followers. This stone of finitude strengthened the attacking power of the destructive evil's creatures.
Thalya, all these heroes who are dying here. Is it really worth it?
I mean, of course, we have to stop Tanos.
payday.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Thalya, I have the feeling that you take a frightening amount of pleasure in destroying the camps of these poor people.
Wow.
Several heroes tried to break through to Tanos to support him. Thanks to the creature's support, Gorge managed to push Tanos back and thus avert an unfortunate end. payday. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Defend the dungeon hub. fanatical heroes set out to assist Tanos in battle. Payday!
Thalya, you're enjoying this entirely too much. We are bringing suffering upon the land. This isn't like when we used to play with wooden hero figurines.
Heroes reach Tanos. Together they slowly but surely beat Gorge back.
Forward, faithful of the light. The portals are open.
Are we still doing that stupid portal number? Huh. As if I don't have anything better to do. Like win a freaking final battle, for example.
The more desperate Tanos became, the more options seemed to present themselves to him. The portals would make it significantly more difficult to move forward. Enemies are in the dungeon. A gold vein is almost exhausted. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Father, don't you see all the deaths you have caused here? Is that really the good you are fighting for?
This is your doing. I am the sword of vengeance, but the war is yours and Thalya's doing. Without you, the light would reign, and a teeny tiny little inquisition to weed out the not so zealous believers.
It's payday.
A gold vein has been mined out.
This destruction really necessary? Is there no other way to resolve this conflict?
You have chosen the side you wish to be on, son. Now reap what you have sown. This is the true evil that knows only destruction and annihilation. I, on the other hand, want to prepare room for something new with cleansing fire.
Several heroes tried to break through to Tanos to support him. You've dug into a spider room.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ding dong, it's payday.
The portals are open! Forward, allies of the light! We dare not lose the battle!
You betcha. This game has already taken way too long. Time for you to meet your maker, Tanos.
Tanos was pushed further and further back. His end was near. Payday. Your demonic portal is under attack.
Comrades, faithful, once again, I need your help. Stand with me to help the light attain victory. No, this cannot be. I cannot be defeated. Well, I mean, not again.
With these illustrious words, Tanos bid farewell once and for all. Unnatural forces, impossible to depict with our budget, wafted around. The air shimmered with energy and the smell of molten iron and burnt pizza. Wait, my pizza! I'll be right back. So sorry, I hope that didn't affect the finale in any way. Now, where were we? Wafting powers, shimmering air, disgusting taste. Oh, here. With their combined forces, Dungeon Lord Gorge, Thalya, and Tristan were able to push the mutated Tanos back. Onward, ever onward, in the direction of the rune sockets of Finitude. The mutated Tanos fought for every inch of ground he lost. As he finally stood with his back to the rune sockets of Finitude, he sputtered with the last of his strength.
Evil is going to triumph over Gorge again? This is madness.
This is
Dungeons!
Thalya shouted at him and sent him into the void with a spectacular kick. When the magic fog cleared, Tanos was no more. On the one hand, Thalya was saddened, having grown accustomed to putting enemies' heads on spears. But still, Talia's joy was so great that she even danced with a nasty little snot and twirled it around. Was this the end? Well, hardly, as there were still some loose ends. What became of Tristan, who seemed to disappear after Tanos' defeat? Would he raise another army of good? What was Brynhild, the dwarf queen, planning? Had she created a doomsday machine? Or even found some rare nithril in the underground, capable of curing the elves' strange disease? Maybe that was something she should discuss with her good friend, Hellburnt. And was the Council of Little Snots really just a cheap reference to a council of lightsaber wielders, or was there more to those deceptive fellows? Had they helped the absolute evil out of loyalty, or the goodness of their hearts? But all these questions were for another day, or installment of the series. Now, it was time to celebrate.